with our Diamond Solitaire earrings. Save $200 on these diamond earrings, now just $199 each. Only at Zales, the Diamond Store.
Train. Terribly embarrassing, isn't it? Me, a camel, guzzling at Dasani. I don't even need to drink water. Ooh, thirst-quenching oasis. It's just sandy spring water. But this Dasani, it tastes crisp, fresh. Why, it's practically irresistible. With a hump like mine, I could quit drinking it whenever I want to. I just don't want to.
Dasani, the water that makes your mouth water.
Sports Center, brought to you by Subway Restaurants. Subway, eat fresh. And Under Armour. Click, clack. I think you hear us coming.
Barry Bonds, just 2 homers shy of 714. You can see him live tonight on Sunday Night Baseball, right after Baseball Tonight here on ESPN. John Barr with a preview of tonight's game.
For the third straight day, Barry Bonds is in the lineup, but for a weak wind-assisted single, Bonds remains hitless in his weekend series against the Phillies, and things won't get any easier for Bonds. With Moises Alou out of the lineup and on the DL, the Giants are without not only their leader in RBIs and home runs, but also without the man who protects Bonds in the lineup. Alou leads all major league hitters this year in average following an intentional walk. Now, as for those Philly fans and their treatment of Bonds, the loudest boos Saturday were reserved not for Bonds, but for a fan in a Dallas Cowboys TO jersey. Now, there's something the Philly fans and San Francisco fans can agree upon.
Thanks, John. Cubs and Padres. San Diego looking for its 8th straight win. Bottom of the first, runners at the corners for Khalil Green, who had a huge game. This one off the base of the wall, ends up as a double. Josh Barfield scores. Padres on top early, 2-0. Now bottom 4, Padres down 3-2. One on, Green. And that one is off the wall and left.
Ramirez with his second homer.
Actually, that's Aramis Ramirez going deep for the Cubs, and now it's Green.
That ball crushed. Burton back on it.
Off the base of the wall and left. Game tied at 3. The bottom 5 now, it is Green again. Wow. He owned the highlight. 4 for 4, 4 RBI as the Padres win it by the final of 6-3. Don't forget, yeah, it is good. Giants and Phillies coming up at 8 Eastern. Chance to see Barry Bonds. Baseball Tonight is next.
All right, I'm Stan Barrett.
I'm Dave Revson. Take care. ESPN News, always on.
Coming up at 8 Eastern and 5 Pacific on ESPN, Sunday Night Baseball, the Giants and their slugger Barry Bonds, who continues to chase history. He's just 2 back of the Babe. They take on the red-hot Phillies. First pitch right after Baseball Tonight.
4:30 Eastern Time, Barry Bonds rolls into Citizens Bank Park as he gets set to take on the Philadelphia Phillies, chasing down a victory and Babe Ruth. Now on Baseball Tonight, chasing a record, the bar's been raised and Barry's within 2 of the Bambino. We'll go live to Philadelphia. And over the years, as Barry has grown, so has his legend. His home run numbers have swelled. We'll look back at his milestone shots. And as always, diamond cuts. We will chase the balls that left the building and keep the ones in. We'll also hear from the man responsible for the top web gem on Sunday.
Welcome to Baseball Tonight, driven by Chevrolet.
Couldn't have asked for a better night for baseball. That is a look at Philadelphia's Citizens Bank Park in the shadows of Richie Ashburn. Barry Bonds hits fourth and plays left field for the San Francisco Giants. Game 1 hour from now, and we will get you all the information you need leading up to it. Out of the box here on Baseball Tonight. Those Giants are in Philadelphia, and Bonds will be dealing with a guy who has really handled him well. Yes, he's got 3 home runs and 6 RBIs against John Lieber, but he has struggled overall as far as batting average. The Tigers and the Twins met today in a good pitcher's duel that was one-sided thanks to that guy. Johan Santana took a no-hitter into the 7th, and we will talk with the man responsible for the #1 web gem on Sunday. He was in that game. The Angels and the Blue Jays, speaking of no-hitters, the Jays, Casey Jansen took one into the 6th, facing the team he grew up rooting for and whose ballpark he lived 10 minutes away from. That's all coming up. The Braves and the Mets, and this was a day to be tossed. How is it that a New York Met and the manager of the Braves both get thrown out on the same play? We'll have that answer coming up as LaDuca and Cox both get the heave-ho. Steve Phillips, Harold Reynolds, John Kruk. I'm Carl Ravitch. Welcome, folks. Pass the cigars around because Barry Bonds is in Philadelphia. It's hardly been a celebration. And the way Barry has enjoyed this week, I don't know that enjoy's the right word, boys. 0 for 2 on Monday, hit by a pitch.
He got some redemption.
He did. That was on Tuesday against the Padres. The redemption finally came. Went 1 for 3 against Scott Linebrink in the 8th. This was about the highlight of the week for Barry.
Well, it was a great at-bat. You know, he tried to challenge him up high a few times. He finally caught up to the 3rd high pitch with 2 strikes on it.
And this is how life is going to be for Barry as long as he continues to play the game.
Ouch.
Hit in the head by a foul ball in batting practice. He went down on the ground, stayed, and played. Then went 0 for 4. Popped out to end the game. That was Wednesday against the Brewers. He took Thursday against Milwaukee off. The commissioner of baseball not in Milwaukee to witness any of it. Friday against the Phillies, the city of brotherly hate as far as Barry was concerned. Signs, boos, 0 for 3, grounded into a 3-5-4 double play with a shift on, and they also struck out in that game. The weekend came, and it brought with him the same reception and a similar result. 1 for 3, a 6-5-3 double play. He did get a hit in this game, but it was hardly a Barry Bonds drive.
I'll take it. At this point,
you took a lot of those.
Take that.
Little bloop into the Bermuda or Philadelphia triangle. The next batter was Steve Finley, and he hit Barry.
Give Finley a hit.
Couldn't get out of the way. There is a chance that Barry will not be playing tomorrow as they fly all night to San Francisco. He may take Monday off, but he's in the lineup batting 4th and playing left field. You see that he's chasing Ruth. We know all about the history. We know all about the hysteria that's been in Philadelphia. But as far as Barry Bonds goes, Steve, clearly it has not been an enjoyable week, and maybe Aaron's not even something to consider. It's just Ruth.
Well, I don't think he's going to get to Hank Aaron. I mean, really, I've been one that's been dismissing the physical problems, thinking sooner or later Bonds is going to get going. But watching his swing so far this year, I think he's got some real problems. His knees are not allowing him to use his bottom half and hit against the front leg and rotate his hip. He's a hand swinger right now. It's all upper body, which means he hits the high ball. He does not have the ability to keep his balance on the low pitch. You'll watch his swing. When we look back at some of his at-bats during the course of his career, he uses his bottom half as good as anybody to be able to rotate the hips and drive the ball. He doesn't have that capability right now. His knees just don't allow it. He's going to pass Ruth. Clearly, he's going to get the Ruth. He's got no chance to get Hank Aaron.
I think it was just a good example. That was Barry in the batter's box just a few minutes ago in that cage as they get set for that game at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Alou is out. Without Alou, Barry Bonds is really the only offense they have. And it's amazing how everyone else on this team gets overlooked because of what Barry is doing, isn't it? You've been in that situation.
Yeah, I've been there before. You know, it's interesting when you have one player that's so dominant that a lot of guys are having great seasons. They get overlooked, and it can sometimes cause problems in the clubhouse. It'd be interesting to see how this continues on. I was in Seattle when Ken Griffey Jr. made a splash, and fortunately, he handled it so well. He's such a great kid that nobody was really that upset about it. But we had about 5 or 6 guys that were having great seasons, and every day somebody would have 2 or 3 big plays or whatever, and you come in at the end of the game and all they want to do is talk about Griffey. So it can cause a little Nice hit right there. But it could cause a little disappointment by different people.
You seem almost stunned by the nice hit, but how do you deal with it every day?
You know, the thing is, honestly, winning one is a big key to that. When you win, you don't worry about individual stuff. When you're on a losing team, that's when individuals become a little more important to individual people. But the third thing is character, and fortunately, you have to have the right guys around you to handle it and understand that this isn't about me anyway. And if you get that combination, then you're going to be okay. If not, you got major problems.
So were you asked constantly, like these guys are being asked about Bonds? You've been in this situation
continually.
Before. Were you asked about Tony Gwynn on the pod all the time?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, good. Nice 4 for 4. What about Gwynn?
Yeah, I mean, I had a season in 1987 where I had over 90 RBIs with just over 400 at-bats, but everyone wanted to talk about Tony Gwynn, and rightly so. I mean, there's a pecking order on your team. Tony Gwynn is the star of the team. He should get all the publicity. I mean, Benito Santiago had a 34-game hitting streak as a rookie that year, a rookie record, and still everyone wanted to talk about Tony. Oh my gosh, I did lose weight. But everyone wanted to talk about Tony Gwynn, and they should have, because he went on to win 8 batting titles. He was on his way to win his second. I mean, the guy was hitting 370, and you want to talk about someone with a hitting streak or someone that's driving in 90 runs. I mean, it's irrelevant when you come to, like Harold said, a team that's not winning. You go to the biggest story, and the biggest story on our team for every year I was in San Diego was Tony Gwynn, because he was winning batting titles.
Right, understood. All right, meantime, we'll hear from Peter Gammons and Joe Morgan live at Citizens Bank Park in just a bit. The other thing that Bonds has to deal with, well, the Phillies, who have won 7 games in a row, as have the Diamondbacks and the Padres. Of course, the Phillies are the team that Barry is playing tonight, but the Diamondbacks and Padres both in action. Let's find out what Arizona is doing. The Diamondbacks taking on those Cincinnati Reds, who've just been hot all year long. That is Dunn. Wow. Adam Dunn. So's the ball, 12th of the year.
El Grande?
Yeah. El Grande Mulo. Sean Green hits a 2-run home run deep left center field. The ball jumping.
Well, we were shocked. Crucky and I talking about this. He had what? What do you have?
2 home runs, 6 RBIs coming into the day.
6 ribbies.
Look out. Adam Dunn's just taking the cover off the ball. This one's good for extra.
Adam had that many today.
Reds went up 8-4 on Dunn's extra base hit. See, now it's 8-7 as they play this game in the bottom of the 7th inning. 11 hits in all for Cincinnati, a team with 20 victories on the season so far.
Cincinnati's offense has been fantastic so far this year. It's going to come down to a battle of bullpens, though.
There are the Diamondbacks, though, at 18-13. And again, we'll sneak a peek at this one here on Baseball Tonight with an ESPN mobile alert update should something happen. Diamondbacks are kind of sneaky, as are the Rockies out there in the West, because so much is focused on Bonds and the Giants.
Every week you look at the paper. If you don't check the standings every day, who knows who's in first place in the National League West? But it happens to be the Arizona Diamondbacks, and they've done it with pitching and defense. And Brandon Webb has stepped up and has become the ace of the staff. You know, he has that little slider and the little sinker right there. I mean, the little sinker, 90 miles an hour to get Adam Dunn right there. But Claudio Vargas has actually really stepped up this year. 4-1, 3.77 ERA, and he's a power pitcher who looks like he's finally going to stay healthy, hopefully, for a whole season for the Diamondbacks. And then their closer, Jose Valverde. Now, last year their bullpen, absolutely horrible. This guy comes in and throws gas, and look at the emotion. You got to love that. But you're not going to strike everyone out, so you better play some defense. And Johnny Estrada, I think, right here has helped a lot of these pitchers. You don't come over from the Atlanta Braves catching that staff every day and not learn something and be able to pass it along to this pitching staff for the Arizona Diamondbacks. You see Johnny Estrada right here with the veteran Russ Ortiz trying to settle him down. That's what a great catcher does, but they catch the ball. Craig Counsell and Harold Reynolds Jr., the O-Dog, have caught everything hit their way. How about this? A combined 1 error this year. Miguel Batista, a pitcher, a starting pitcher, has 6 starts. He's made 1 more error than those 2 guys combined. I mean, to me, when the middle of your infield's catching the ball, your center fielder's catching the ball, and your catcher's throwing guys out and picking guys off like Estrada, you have a chance to win because they can score runs out in the desert.
Colorado's getting the same type of production from their pitching staff, which is why Arizona's looking up at them in the standings. Again, I'll check on the Reds and Diamondbacks in just a sec. Speaking of 7 wins in a row, we continue. The Padres are there, taking on the Cubs.
Woody.
Looking for 8 with Woody on the hill. Khalil Green against Angel Guzman. Ooh,
man.
Mercy.
To the wall and left. Josh Barfield's going to come in to score. Quick bat on a high fastball.
Top-handed that one, didn't it?
Well, you can start looking at middle infield double play combinations. Barfield and Green are pretty doggone good, too.
Green delivers another single to right center. Bellhorn and Bowen both come in to score at 6-3. Look out, they get 8 in a row for the San Diego Padres as they go a game over 500. All these teams that started with 7-game winning streaks today had been under 500 before their streak started.
Last year in May, San Diego went 22-6. That was the month that made their season and got them to the postseason.
All right, meantime, a mobile ESPN alert takes us to another game that's still being played. Tampa and Oakland. The Devil Dogs up 3-2. The big hurt. Ouch, babe.
I'll take that.
Punched out. If you're the pitcher, you will.
Wow.
Thomas is really struggling again this year.
That's a tough pitch. A guy who walks over 100 times every year, he steps up to the plate, man. That's a tough pitch to call on him.
He knows that zone.
Yes, he does.
Well, highlights of this one coming up. Ellis went 4 for 4. He and Thomas each hit a home run, but it's the Devil Rays winning by a score of 3-2. Johnny Gomes didn't go deep, but look at the production. He went 3 for 5. Due up on baseball tonight. Snap factor. Tempers flaring, but what made it so unique is 2 ejections from 2 teams on the same play. This one helped Santana take a no-no win of the 7th, and later, Torrey Hunter will join us to talk about his web gem and quickly gaining in popularity with the people. Diamond Cuts, marrying music and baseball. A look back at the week that worked.
The all-new 2007 Chevy Suburban with a rear-view camera system, power remote liftgate, head curtain side airbags in all 3 rows, and power release fold and tumble second row seats. Every big family is gonna want one. The all-new Chevy Suburban.
With sludge in your engine, it feels like something's holding your car back.
Let me guess, 16. Yeah.
That's why there's Castrol GTX. Compared to leading oils, it's the best protection against thermal breakdown and maximum protection against sludge buildup. Don't let sludge hold your car back. Get Castrol GTX.
It's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
I know you love me. I know you do.
Playoffs continue Friday on ESPN and Saturday on ABC.
Baseball Tonight is driven by Chevy, baseball's #1 fan. Chevy, an American revolution. And in part by Castrol GTX. Don't let sludge hold your car back. Get Castrol GTX. And new Heineken Premium Light. Make a smooth introduction.
Back here on Baseball Tonight, Joe Morgan joins us each and every Sunday on Baseball Tonight and brings us his perspective. Joe, you're at Citizens Bank Park, so is Barry Bonds. Steve Phillips brought up the fact that he didn't see any power being derived from Barry's legs. You, of course, were a great hitter. What do you attribute Barry's lack of success to so far this season?
Well, I think that's part of it. He can't put a lot of pressure on that front knee and hit against the firm front side. That was always his strength. And one thing that nobody seems to think about is when you have an injury and you go out and play, it tires as the game progresses, and you're probably not going to see any late inning heroics from him as we used to see all the time. Now, the first couple at bats, I think you have a chance of seeing something special, but his knee is still bothering him, and his elbow is not bothering him as much as it was opening day, but it's still bothering him a little bit. It's still swollen.
And you have a good relationship with Barry, and I know that before the game you already had a chance to speak with him. What's his frame of mind?
Well, you know, he even kind of confuses me sometimes. I mean, opening day, I have to tell you, he was not feeling real good about things. I think he feels better today. I think he's gone around to maybe what's supposed to be the toughest ballparks like Philadelphia, and it hasn't been all that difficult for him. So I think that you're going to see a different Barry Bonds, but the injury is still going to be the big problem. It's still that knee, and that knee can go at any time. That's my opinion. He didn't say that. I'm just thinking that when you have a knee injury, if I've had those knee injuries, it can happen anytime, any moment.
All right, Joe, we appreciate it. Again, we'll see you tomorrow now at 6 o'clock Eastern Time on SportsCenter. Joe Morgan. Braves taking on the Mets today, and Jose Lima got the start, not for Victor Zambrano, who's out for the... Whoa!
Lima.
Oh, he's having a good hair day today.
Lima. Woo, Lima time.
Second inning, Smoltz, men on the corners, a dribbler. Brian McCann coming home, LaDuca trying to tag him out. Umpire says he's safe, and you can tell right away LaDuca is convinced. He tagged him, then he threw the ball, went back to retrieve it, got in the face of Angel Hernandez. He is absolutely convinced that he tagged him out.
One time playing basketball, Carl threw the ball up in the air, and the referee said, if it comes down, young man, it's a tee. I think that qualifies.
Almost impossible to tell from that angle. Hernandez got tired of the act. Smoltz, by the way, was on second when the ball was thrown, and then it was sent back to first because, according to the umps, the ball was ruled dead. Cox says, dead this, and he gets thrown out. So a Met and a Brave, both thrown out on the same play. And now LaDuca's upset that Cox got tossed.
Can't we all just get along?
Edgar Renteria is hitting 22 straight games dating back to last year. He'd come up after the Mets were up 5-1. That one left the building off the bat of Jeff Francoeur, a 3-run home run to left. Renteria had a shot to right center, which allowed the Braves to go up. The Braves go on and win it by a final score of 13-3. So Renteria has hit in 23 straight games dating back to last year. He's been very, very good, 2 for 5 in this one. All of a sudden, the Braves, and John Smoltz says about this victory, this was as close to a must-win situation as we could have had. If we dropped double digits, he said, meaning 10 games back, and if they lost, they'd be only 8 games back, we'd be done. And he was set to end the season, which obviously isn't the case because it's May, but that's how he felt about it. All right, Smoltz on the base pass.
Well, Carl, he does so many other things for you other than just throw 3-hitter today, but on the base paths and at the plate. You know, we talk about the crazy play with LaDuca, but it's all set up because Bobby Cox can put plays on with John Smoltz. First, he squares around the bunt, he fakes the bunt, then he's just going to put the ball in play, make contact. And here it is. All of a sudden, because he's able to put the ball in play, you create base runners being able to move. Then in the 4th inning, he's on the bases. Well, what do you do on a 3-2 count with a pitcher? You got him running. What's that do? It saves him from a double play ball. He ends up at second base in scoring position because he's a great athlete. 5th inning, they come back, they drop a squeeze. This ball's not even supposed to be touched. Great job by Smoltz. He fouling it off, and you know what? They said, we'll put it on again. And he drops it right down. Back-to-back squeeze bunt attempts because he can handle the plate. And then, okay, John, we'll give you your free swing that you love to have. And what's he do? He bangs a double off the right field wall. Gosh. He's just a tremendous baseball player. And I think a lot of times, particularly in the National League, when you have a pitcher in the 9-hole that can do so many things like John Smoltz, and he understands, if I just do my little part, it's going to help the club, and particularly in a game like this when he's saying the importance of it, we can't go down.
This was a big part, and by the way, on 3 days rest. So not only was he tired, he was productive. Now the Met staff may get tired because of all the injuries. Zambrano apparently done for the year.
That's right. I mean, some real issues for the Mets staff. 21-10 to start the season. You think everything's good, but this next week could be critical to the Mets season. They have to make a decision about what to do with the starting rotation. Jose Lima started today for John Maine, who was starting for Brian Bannister, and now they have a problem with Zambrano's spot. A lot of options for the Mets. They can keep Jose Lima in the rotation. They can take Darren Oliver, the long reliever, and put him in the rotation. They have to wait for Bannister to come back, or they can take Aaron Heilman, the young pitcher, out of the bullpen and move into the rotation. I think they absolutely have to leave Heilman in the pen. Right now, not real stable. Billy Wagner has struggled. They have a starting staff with Pedro Martinez and Tom Glavine that are 6-inning pitchers. They've pitched pretty good so far this year, but they're 6-inning guys. The 7th inning is critical to the New York Mets. I'd much rather have Aaron Heilman pitching in the 7th inning every night than have him starting once every 5 days. Figure out what to do with the rest of the rotation. Look for Omar Minaya to get out and start shopping around in the trade market.
That's interesting. I would rather have Heilman. I mean,
in the rotation?
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at Oliver and Lima. I think I'd have to put Heilman.
Well, Bannister's going to take one of those spots and look at the other, but I think the bullpen is critical for the Mets. 6-inning staff, Heilman's the key.
And be careful, because you know the phone's going to be ringing. Hey, we'd like some of your young prospects. Here they are in first place. Got to resist temptation here?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if it was Pedro Martinez or Tom Glavine went down with injury, then yes, maybe a guy like Lastings Milledge will be a guy that gets traded, who's their top prospect for a number 1 pitcher or number 2 pitcher. But I don't think you try to replace someone like Victor Zambrano, who's basically their 5th starter. His ERA hovering around 7 for a trade a top prospect to get another guy of similar pitching. I mean, Darren Oliver, Jose Lima, I'm sure anyone in the minor leagues can come up and have a 7 ERA and fill what Victor Zambrano's done for the Mets so far. Don't trade prospects for mediocre pitching.
Right. With all due respect, there are some Mets fans who think this may be a blessing in disguise as opposed to a curse having Zambrano go down. All right, Astros and the Rockies all quiet on the Clemens front. Phil Gardner in Houston trying to avoid a sweep in Colorado. Aaron Cook, Adam Everett deep in the hole, long throw, thin air, that helped. Astros.
Couldn't you be able to run faster, though, in thin air?
I tell you, that kid can pick it, though. Everett is some kind of defender.
Todd Helton, good to see Todd Helton go deep. 2nd home run of the year. Rockies grab a 4-1 lead. They've been doing all this without their best hitter.
Man, him coming back supplies some pop in the middle of that lineup.
It's the 9th. It's Brian Fuentes. Craig Biggio, 3-2. Oh, corner me. Rockies hang on and win at 5-3. They sweep their season series. Wow. This is a Rocky team that's winning on the road and at home and pitching very well.
Pitching is the key, particularly in that park. I didn't think it was possible.
Well, they significantly upgraded that bullpen as well, a key to this team.
Aaron Cook, 2 runs over 8+, his first home win of the year. Due up on baseball tonight. Hit over 700s. There's going to be some interesting connections between Barry and the guys he's belted around. Tim Kirkshin connects the dots for us. And as he approaches the babe, Joe Torre's on the verge of reaching a managing milestone that's 4 digits, not 3. Yankees and Rangers are coming up.
We have 11 Palestinian names. Each had a hand in planning a mimic.
A mission to eliminate them.
We want them dead.
The gripping thriller nominated for 5 Academy Awards, including Best Picture and Best Director Steven Spielberg. Munich on DVD Tuesday.
All righty. You passed.
Yeah, he's thinking Arby's.
Seriously?
And the new roast beef gyro for only $2.99. Seasoned roast beef and a warm pita with delicious gyro sauce for just $2.99. And try our one-of-a-kind Jamocha shake. So amazing it'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
What's that? Business casual slacks? Chintz pillows? No more. Time to be a man again. And it starts in the shower.
This gets you clean.
New Dial for Men body wash. Be a man. Take back the shower.
It's a simple thing. Just a ball and a goal. But once every 4 years, that simple thing closes the shops, closes a city, stops a war, and achieves more than the politicians ever could. Once every 4 years, a ball does the impossible. And if history means anything, the world as we know it is about to change.
The FIFA World Cup on ESPN and ABC.
Come on, kids. Let's talk about insulation.
Homeschool wastes half their heating dollars
and a third of their cooling dollars because of poor attic insulation.
That's right. And the solution is to have a professional blow-in insulation or add extra fiberglass insulation to the attic.
Which one do you recommend?
You know, kids, I love them both so much, I wouldn't want to choose. Mid-American Energy says save some green by adding insulation to your home.
Mid-American Energy.
I'm getting the VIP treatment from Mediacom. Now, I get digital cable and up to 38 channels of Stars and Showtime for only $9.95 a month for 6 months. The kids, they love the speed of Mediacom Online, just $29.95 a month for 6 months. Mediacom Phone has unlimited local and long-distance calling in the U.S. and Canada for $29.95 a month. Get all 3 and be a MediaCom VIP.
Call 1-877-377-CABLE today.
Welcome back to Baseball Tonight, driven by Chevrolet.
Baseball Tonight for this Sunday rolls on. Yankees and Rangers, and Joe Torre looking for his 1,000th win in the Yankee uniform. That'd be almost 100 a year. Robinson Tejeda, trouble, 2 on, no outs. Matsui, yard. 5th of the season. Yankees lead at 4-1. They got 5 in the inning. That's the 3rd straight game this offense has had a 5-run inning.
Almost 1,000 wins. He's been on the hot seat every year.
Adrian Brown and Giambi, the Giambino win of the air. Look at Robinson Cano.
Assist.
Give Giambi an assist. Canoe?
The only thing you have to do at the first baseman, knock it down.
Wilkerson would score from 3rd. Yankees lead it by a score of 8-4. He's a happy man. Later in the inning, Scott Proctor, Mark Teixeira, 2nd and 3rd. Shin-Ming Wong was very good. 7 hits in 6 innings, 3 runs. Yanks 11 and 0 in day games. And congratulations to Joe Torre.
Congratulations, Joe. That's amazing.
1,000 wins as a Yankee manager. 4th in the all-time Yankee list. That's very impressive. You've been in New York. How difficult is it to win 1,000 games on the same team?
Oh, that's tough. I mean, the longest tenure since Casey Stengel there as well. And to do it in New York and with George Steinbrenner as the boss is not easy.
Terrific job by Torre and the Yankees, who are rolling along.
You'd have probably fired him year 5.
For their next series with the Red Sox. It starts on Tuesday. Manny, Willie Moe. You can tell there's some connection there. Bottom 1, 2 outs, 2 on. Trot Nixon.
0-2.
Chris Benson.
Out.
Oh, you're ahead 0-2 with 2 men on.
It used to happen 0-2. That doesn't happen now.
From JV to the varsity. Varitek. Wow, that high pitch.
Tomahawk that.
Yowzer. 2nd career slam in the 1st inning. It's 4-0. The Red Sox up 4-1, now 6-2. Mike Lowe's fallen in love with Fenway. He's got 17 doubles this year.
He just got on top of the plate and he's hooking everything. You got to love it.
Red Sox lead at 8-2, and they go on and win by a final score of 10-3 as Boston gets a win from Lenny DiNardo. Lenny DiNardo, of course, one of their pitchers who is filling in for David Wells and the rest. Boston 10, Orioles 3. Barry Bonds stepping out of the dugout at Citizens Bank Park. And in the background in Philadelphia, you can hear the boos.
They love him. What are you talking about?
That's love.
Okay, well, maybe not.
They're called tiendas. Thousands of tiny storefronts across Central America that sell food and goods to millions. But delivering refrigerated food to them takes a different approach than for big stores. So Cargill built a creative distribution system, equipping salespeople with icebox scooters and handheld computers to call on the tiendas and deliver the small but essential inventory they need when they need it. This is how Cargill works with customers.
John Smoltz is in a tough spot here,
Yeah,
Joe.
Chip, I don't know how he's going to get this out.
Well, here comes the Brain Trust for a little powwow on the mound. All right, well, looks like they got a plan. Smoltzy leans in, and he deals. Got it! See ya!
Need a little help this season? The Home Depot has great lawn-saving Scotts products, including Scotts Turf Builder, Roundup, and more. The Home Depot, proud sponsor of Major League Baseball.
School's out. Do you know where your daughter is? It was bad enough when tag was only in bathrooms and lockers, but new concealable body shots can be taken anywhere. And the ability to utilize a number of scents makes all of our daughters, sisters, and even charity car wash girls vulnerable. Tell your daughter, keep your eyes open and your nostrils shut. Because new tag body shots can be deployed wherever, whenever. Consider yourself warned.
An important lesson I learned is to never give up.
Major League Baseball and the Boys and Girls Clubs of America teach kids the importance of never giving up.
Big kid, big effort, big smile. I guess that's why they call me Big Papi.
Major League Baseball is a proud sponsor of the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. Together, they create a positive place for kids.
The show tonight. Game time. Let's do this thing.
2007 Chevy Tahoe. With 320 horsepower and an EPA estimated 22 highway miles per gallon. Get there like never before. Tahoe, an American revolution.
On the road with Chevy, baseball's #1 fan. Chevy, an American revolution.
On Outside the Lines this morning, a compelling story about the damage, the toll that was taken on Hank Aaron as he passed Babe Ruth. And now, for a very different reason, Barry Bonds going through similar venom and hatred. Peter Gammon's on the road, joins us from Philadelphia. What toll do you think this is taking on Barry, Peter?
Well, I think it's taking at least some toll. I mean, there's not a lot of joy in it for him, and just talking to him tonight, I sense a little bit of bitterness about, getting close and everything around him seems to be negative. It's like everyone in every park comes to the ballpark to boo. I think one of the things that's been interesting here in Philadelphia, it's almost as if people are worn out from the venom. I mean, it hasn't been that bad here. It's not anywhere near as bad as it was when J.D. Drew came back here, or when Scott Rowland came back here, or probably Tuesday when Billy Wagner comes back here. But it's still, there's not a lot of joy surrounding it, and I think it sort of wears on him.
Yeah, the good news for Barry is he does go home, but obviously you got to win games, you got to deal with stuff on the road, and now as we look forward to a Yankee-Red Sox series at Yankee Stadium and other teams going on the road, being able to win at home and on the road really makes a big difference, and performing, doesn't it, Peter?
It does, and I think one of the great stories thus far this year, the Colorado Rockies. I mean, they're leaving to go to St. Louis and Houston, a very tough week, but they're doing it in first place at 18-13. And Brad Haupt is one of the biggest reasons. I mean, he has played great. He's a tremendous defensive right fielder. He's hitting .348. He's in the top 5 in the league in OPS and home runs, in on-base percentage. He's been a key guy, and people say to me, well, it's all because of Coors Field. Wrong. Since they started that Thermidor this year, Coors Field is 18th in Major League Baseball in runs per game at home, which is a major reason that they're able to play at home, and then they're 10-5 on the road. Another guy who takes his act on the road this week is Willie Mo Pena, who got killed in Boston early after the trade for Bronson Arroyo, but he played really well. He hit over 400 in this last 6-game homestand. He's hitting almost .320. He's played a very good center field for Coco Crisp, and ironically, he'll be out in center field in Yankee Stadium opposite Johnny Damon. But he's done a very nice job. And you remember, this guy is barely 24 years old. He's done a very nice job for the Red Sox filling in. There's one more person who may hit the road, and I feel sorry about that, but Allard Baird, the Kansas City general manager, believes he's just about to take the fall for that team's bad performance, and it's too bad, because Allard's one of the best people on the planet.
All right, Peter, we thank you for the late news, and look forward to seeing you tonight on the game. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ravi.
All right, Tigers, they were taking on the Twins. Roadie, Johan Santana, 7-1 his career against allowing just a .195 batting average. Detroit has had success away from home, but no one's going to have success against Santana today. Magglio Ordonez, Torrey Hunter, no-hitter, still intact. What a catch.
Wow. Ain't like that's a nice soft dirt out there to land on either.
Uh-oh, there's your base hit. In a 4-0 game, the no-hitter goes away, and then the next batter. Why does this happen? Why does the no-hitter go away, and then all of a sudden the shutout goes away?
Because he threw a hanging breaking ball. Magglio Ordonez crushed it.
Concentration's gone.
Think so?
That the answer you wanted?
I wanted the right answer.
How about a bad pitch?
Bad pitch is another good answer.
Thank you.
Santana strikes him out swinging to get out of the jam. The Twins win at 4-2. He went 7-11 Ks. He's been very good his last 3 starts. Mike Maroth also decent, 5 innings, 4 earned runs. And Minnesota Twins, if you can get Santana to pitch, they got a long road to hoe with the teams playing.
Well, they need the rest of the rotation to pitch too. Last in ERA in the big leagues.
Indians and the Mariners. CC Sabathia, his second start since coming off the DL. Bottom 2, Adrian Beltre. Not happy to have CC back. Raul Ibanez with the Indians up 1-0. CC, 75 strikes in 105 pitches. Ooh, that's dealing. That one goes down the line. It's going to be fair.
Touch your lips.
No question about it. Hafner comes in to score. Cleveland is up 2-0.
Oh, Wiki.
Good look at Wiki. Kenji Jojima up the middle. Pretty. Double play to end the game. Wickman, the Indians' all-time save leader.
That's my former teammate, Doug Jones.
He's got 130, and the Tribe win it by a score of 2-0. Didn't need a lot of offense. The RBIs come from Ronnie Belliard and Grady Sizemore. Terrific outing for CC Sabathia, and great news for the Cleveland Indians. He joins us now on Baseball Tonight. CC, good to see you back, healthy again. What did you feel today that you haven't really felt in the last couple of outings?
I just felt like I was able to throw out my pitches for strikes, getting ahead and able to finish some hitters off. And I think if I get ahead, then, I'm pretty good to have success.
We talked about some of that during spring training, and you said the most important pitch for you is the first strike. How difficult is that for you to accomplish on a game-by-game basis?
You know what? As me throwing my bullpens and these first 2 starts I had this year, it hasn't been hard at all. Hopefully I can keep it up the rest of the season. But just trying to get ahead has been the big thing, and for me the past couple of years, and this year I've been able to do it so far. So, I look to keep doing it this year and keep going.
And lastly, the oblique feels all right, the arm feels good, the leg feels good, because you may be the most single important element to an Indian successful season. Do you realize that?
Yeah, I'm kind of starting to realize that, but I feel awesome. My body feels great. My oblique feels good. I'm working hard to make sure I stay in shape and be able to help this team.
CC, thanks for joining us here on Baseball Tonight. We appreciate it.
No problem.
Big man, large, and in charge today, CC Sabathia. And tonight, who'll be in charge? Barry in the box taking his cuts. He will not swing one-handed during the game, at least we don't think so. The pitcher's who he's taking deep when we come back.
MLB.tv now on ESPN.com. Sign up today.
What's that? Rabbit food? Business casual slacks? Chintz pillows? No more. Time to be a man again. And it starts in the shower. This gets you clean.
And it doesn't dry your skin.
Not dry. Nice.
And it looks like an oil can.
New Dial for Men body wash.
Michael!
Be a man.
I'm a man.
Take back the shower.
Yeah!
Hello, I'm a Mac.
And I'm a PC. What are you reading?
Just the Wall Street Journal. It's nothing. Oh, no. A PC? You know what?
Oh, it's a review of you.
Don't read it.
Oh, it's from Walt Mossberg, one of the most respected technology experts on the planet. Apparently, you're the finest desktop PC on the market at any price. Very nice.
It's just one man's opinion.
I actually got a great review this morning, too.
Oh,
and they said I was awesome.
Good for you.
And so we're the same.
Yeah, what was that in?
The awesome computer review weekly journal.
When we set out to build an entirely new type of motorcycle, we looked everywhere for inspiration, except to convention. The 113 cubic inch fuel-injected Star Roadliner. We build it. You make it your own. Test drive one today at participating Yamaha dealers. Now get a 5-year warranty plus low 5.9% financing on any Roadliner or Stratoliner.
Introducing the new X Games inspired Moto X bike, built for performance, 20-inch BMX dual suspension, front and rear disc brakes, and Moto X styled saddle and fenders. The X Games Moto X bike, ride Moto X style.
Welcome back to Baseball Tonight, driven by Chevrolet.
Welcome back from the nosebleed sections of all the ballparks across the country. Those pitchers that throw the ball to Barry Bonds may as well be anonymous. However, 419 different guys have given up home runs to Barry. Tim Kirkshaw attaches the names to the arms that have delivered to Bonds.
The pitch to Bonds. Swing! And a long one to center! And he's done it again! This one is over! I do not believe it!
Barry Bonds has homered off a vast array of pitchers, from Kyle Abbott to Barry Zito and almost everyone in between. He has played no favorites. He has homered off all colors, professions, in all weather, in all places, off famous people, off Padres, off Brothers, off ESPN. He has homered off Abbott and Castillo, Dustin and Hoffman, Murphy and Brown, Ebert and Roper, Clay and Frazier, Mays and Aaron Heilman. He has homered off Green, Gray, Black, Brown, and Mark Redmond. He has homered off Sun Woo Kim, Steve Rain, and David Weathers. He has homered off a gardener, a painter, a carpenter, a brewer, a weaver, a hunter, a priest, and a doc. He homered off Mr. Haney, Mr. Howell, and Mr. Tibbs. He has homered in a park, a beach, and in Paris. He hit a shot off Winchester and a drive off Mulholland.
Swing and a long one! We are going home out of here!
He has homered against 6 sets of brothers, Tim and Todd Worrell, Andy and Alan Bennis, Greg and Mike Maddox, Ramon and Pedro Martinez, Al and Mark Leiter, Pasquale and Carlos Perez. He has homered off 5 Smiths and the family Robinson, Jeff D., Ron, Don, and Robinson Checo. He has homered off the aptly named Ted Power, Bill Long, Kelly Downs, Pat Rapp, and Jack Armstrong. He has homered off ESPN's own Jeff Brantley. So 3 cheers for Bonds, who has homered off Woody, Cliff, and Frazier, which is the norm.
Terrific stuff there, Timmy. Be Lieber or not. Batting average against John tonight, 139, 3 home runs in 36 at-bats. This best among active pitchers. The guy who's actually been best against Barry Bonds with a minimum of 20 at-bats, a guy named Mike Bilecki used to pitch for the Atlanta Braves. So, Lieber, Bilecki, why are they having such great success?
Well, one of the things is, they're going to throw a lot of fastballs. So Barry Bonds is going to make sure if he gets a ball in his zone, he wants a ball down. And if Lieber gets a ball here, he's in Pittsburgh, when Lieber was in Pittsburgh, you get a ball down in the red zone, you're going to get hurt. So what Lieber has done to have great success, he's gone up the ladder. Right now, the struggle Barry's been having is chasing the ball up. As you see here, this is the last time Lieber faced him when he was with the Cubs. You get it out of the red zone. Barry's going to be aggressive. This is the first pitch of this at-bat. He knows Lieber's going to throw a lot of fastballs, and he attacks you early, so Barry stays aggressive. So you can get him aggressive with the fastball. The thing Barry's got to do is be patient, and every ball that stays out of that red zone, he has struggled with against Lieber in the past. He hides the ball a long time, and when you face John Lieber, he's one of these guys that has a sneaky fastball that just kind of jumps on you. He hides it, and it jumps on you. But if he gets it down, Barry's going to hurt him. Look for him to have success tonight. He's going to try to go up here, and Barry's probably going to have to change his thinking and change his sights. If he sets his sights up here and still goes after that high fastball, he'll probably have a good night.
All right,
he's going to get a fastball.
Throwing water down in the field, trying to throw water on Bonds tonight will be John Lieber. Now on ESPN.com, and you can certainly follow all of Barry Bonds, why Barry Bonds is having a difficult time away from home. All right, baseball tonight, of course, driven by Chevrolet. Each and every Sunday, we marry music and baseball by looking back at the images of the week. It's time once again for Diamond Cuts.
Number 18, Johnny Damon.
Sliding, he got it! Touchdown, Bill Hall! Holy smokes! Oh, sparkling play! Carlos Delgado wins the game! Diving to make the catch is Lowell.
Terrific. You up on baseball tonight. Tigers, Brewers at the top, Pods, Royals bottom, and those in between making up today's Touch 'em All. Defense wins ball games. Great defense wins Web Gem Awards. We'll count down our top 5 as we work our way towards Bonds and the Giants in Philadelphia. And hear from the guy responsible for number 1.
Looking for a little excitement in your combo meal? Then head over to Dave & Buster's for the new Power Combo. Choose from one of 9 entrees like barbecue chicken, shrimp, or pasta dishes and get a $10 game card, all for $14.99. All the excitement of Dave & Buster's games and a delicious entree for only $14.99.
You couldn't get a better deal at Dave & Buster's if you were me. Or me.
The Dave & Buster's Power Combo. Food and fun for only $14.99.
Loctite Power Grab grabs instantly, with 9 times higher initial hold than the leading brand, without bracing and without hammering. Loctite Power Grab. Project solved.
It's a simple thing, just a ball and a goal. But once every 4 years, that simple thing closes the shops, closes a city, stops a war, and achieves more than the politicians ever could. Once every 4 years, a ball does the impossible. And if history means anything, the world as we know it is about to change.
The FIFA World Cup on ESPN and ABC.
Hey, Ray. How's it going?
Great, so you pulled me over.
You forgot to use your turn signal back there.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I'll give you a warning. Just watch it next time.
Yeah, I will. Hey, you still going to the game on Friday?
You betcha.
Oh, what are you writing?
A ticket. For what? For not wearing your safety belt.
You're kidding me.
Afraid not. See you Friday.
We're stepping up safety belt enforcement. If you don't buckle up, you will get a ticket. No exceptions. Click it or ticket.
We have so much at Goods. Our Broyhill store is larger than most furniture stores, and that's just one of the stores we have on our whole big furniture campus. Attic Heirlooms is a great design, looks like antique furniture, but what I really like about it is you get the quality of new furniture. Broyhill is just a great value. I mean, the designs are great, the prices are great, and we're lucky to have a Broyhill store right at Goods.
Folks, ESPN.com for MLB.TV. You want to watch out-of-market games on your computer at home? This is how you can do it. Highlights, condensed games, all on MLB.TV. To access it, go to ESPN.com.
Welcome back to Baseball Tonight, driven by Chevrolet.
Remarkable to think that 50, 70 years from now, how Barry Bonds will be judged historically. One thing we do know, there'll be plenty of evidence, whatever it is that happened. Just the number of photographers and journalists there following Barry Bonds, and of course their own Peter Gammons and Joe Morgan there to help chronicle the Sunday night game. Here are some of Barry's milestones.
High, up in the air, deep, way back. Now watch out. All right, the first major league home run for Barry Bonds.
There is number 100, and the Pirates lead 3-0.
Barry Bonds hits this 1.5 miles to right field.
Here's Bonds. Bonds hits it to left. Way back, way back. Here it is. Number 300.
We apologize for losing that video on Barry Bonds and his milestone home runs, but we do want to talk about the home runs that were hit today. Jason Varitek got things started for the Red Sox, a grand slam in the first.
After Trout got drilled, he picks him up with a slam.
Jose Guillen leaves a 2-run shot to left off Zach Duke, who is Guillen's third.
Look where that lands. The ball's not supposed to carry in that ballpark.
It has and was today. Beltran in the loss did hit a home run in his 3rd straight game.
He's come back from that hamstring injury, swinging the bat very well.
8th home run. Guy that's really playing well for the Toronto Blue Jays came over from Arizona. Troy Gloss, again, hard to sneak one by him. His 10th home run, first career homer against the Angels. He hit 182 for the Angels. The Big Hurt, struggling as far as average and even his on-base percentage, but he still does have power.
He took a called 3rd strike earlier, and then he got mad.
454 career home runs. Jeff Francoeur, pitching and ditching his 6th home run and 20th in his career.
A very nice pitch to hit right there.
Like that one?
Hanger with nothing on it.
You know he's not going to take it.
No, Torrey picked up his 1,000th win as a Yankee manager, and part of that credit goes to Hideki Matsui, his 5th home run, all 5 on the road. And by the way, the Yankees are 11-0 in day games.
Hits this a ton to right, going way back.
Adams got 12. The last 3 against the Diamondbacks have come with a man on base. Pretty much when Austin Kearns goes deep, so does Adam Dunn, and it'll happen again. Hatteberg, home run to right off El Duque, his 2nd home run and his 1st since opening day. Some long shots.
Well, they're going to have to out-slug people, and he's one of the guys that's going to have to help contribute.
Tell you what, comeback player of the year, maybe year and a half in, Magdio Ordonez has passed his 2005 home run total.
We saw him down in the spring. He said he felt great. Looks like it.
Tacking on home runs to the tracker. The most home runs by the Phillies in the history of baseball. From Barry Bonds there with 61. And Willie Mays is matching him with 61. And then it's Aaron and Ernie Banks, as Barry attempts to move past Willie on another list tonight against Lieber. Little mobile ESPN alert for you. The Reds and the Diamondbacks. Edwin Encarnacion. That was another tumbler.
Yeah, when it doesn't have a lot on it and it hangs on the inner half, it's going to go.
Reds 9, Diamondbacks 7. 2 up on baseball tonight. You see them each and every night. A little later, we'll hear exactly how a web gem's created.
Hunter makes one of the best catches you'll ever see.
Chevy offers more vehicles with OnStar than any other brand. If your airbag goes off, OnStar can contact help. Hands-free calling means OnStar lets you keep your hands on the wheel and your eyes on the road. And with OnStar Vehicle Diagnostics, hundreds of checks are performed on your Chevy every month. And OnStar emails you the results. Chevy has all of this. Not Ford, not Dodge, not Toyota. Chevy with OnStar. That's an American revolution.
How do you measure a company? Do you look at where they've been? Do you look at what they've done? At Citgo, we're not resting on our past. We're looking forward to the future. Providing steady, secure access to the largest liquid reserves in the Western Hemisphere. Today and for generations to come.
The kids have a surprise for you.
A Mother's Day gift from Kay Jewelers means every diamond is hand-selected to match beautifully.
Every kiss begins with K.
What's that? Business casual slacks? Chintz pillows? No more. Time to be a man again, and it starts in the shower. This gets you clean.
New Dial for Men body wash. Be a man. Take back the shower.
Introducing Red Zone Clear Gel, our strongest clear gel ever.
Old Spice. Got the show tonight.
Game time.
Let's do this thing.
Baseball Tonight is driven by Chevy, baseball's #1 fan. Chevy, an American revolution. And in part by Citgo, energy now and for the road ahead.
All right, back here, Cardinals and the Fish. Sidney Ponson off to a good start, 3-0. He's never started the season 4-0. We're not sure when he's going to finish this season.
Oh, see that little sinker.
A little discomfort, though, in the right elbow. He'll be examined by a doctor tomorrow. Fourth inning, Cards come alive. Pujols singles to left. Aaron Miles and John Gall score. Cardinals are up 5-0. Fish flying low right now. Scott Spezio.
Wait, is he on top of the plate or what?
Fan reached over, lost his glove. Ground rule double is called. Pujols scores. There you go, Sparkster. Cards go up 7-0. The fan gets his glove back, and the Cardinals win it 9-1.
He might be playing for the Marlins next year.
Third game in a row, they led 7-0 to the Cardinals. They batted around.
I'll trade someone to get him.
They batted around for the third consecutive game. Buy a ticket. Join the Marlins. Angels taking on those Blue Jays.
Oh, mercy.
What's so funny?
Mr. Jansen.
This guy was great. He grew up in the shadows of the stadium in Anaheim. You see, Jansen had it going, and he got some help from Troy Gloss. Big home run for Gloss. Double digit. That is huge, actually. Wow.
That's a long home run.
Strong like bull. Jansen out, Ryan in. Deal done. Ouch.
Oh, Vlad. Easy.
Blue Jays get a win 3-1. They improve to 16-14, 3-1. Adams has a couple of hits. Catalanato goes to 1-3 with a double and an RBI. And Jansen says a lot of folks back home in Anaheim watching this one.
First big league win for him.
Congratulations. Beating the old home folks.
Here we go, the top 5 web gems from a Sunday of Dynamite Baseball. Web gem number 5, Nationals.
Another disrespect to the first baseman.
Well, he had a couple nice plays.
Yeah, and he's only 5th.
Well,
you
Nick,
tell me.
You tell us after you see all 5 there, Cruckball.
I will.
Here's his other one. This is the other one, okay? They're fine. Anybody else?
And outfielder makes that play, and they give him number 1.
Marlon Byrd takes number 4. Watch out for that wall. Oh, great catch.
See you later, Nick.
That's a good play.
I love Marlon, so maybe he will knock Nick off of that one.
Web gem number 3, the Cracker, Quentin McCracken, charging hard. Oh, great catch. What?
That's a great play. That's a great play. I'm going to give him some credit where credit's due.
Uh-oh.
Outfielders are pretty good athletes.
Here's speed. Web gem number 2. Joey Gathright, from nearly out of the ballpark.
Ouch.
Gathright rolls hard.
It's hyper snitching.
And now before we show you the number 1 web gem from this day, let's bring in the man responsible for it. Torrey Hunter of the Minnesota Twins joins us now on the phone. Torrey, describe what happened on this play.
Well, you know, Magley Ordonez, he's actually one of the guys that stays inside the ball, and the ball's he's always hitting the ball to right center. So I was playing him the opposite way, and he hit the ball to left center. So it was a pretty long run, and as I was running, I caught the ball and rolled over, and I was going so fast that I rolled over a second time. So it was pretty painful, man. So I rate that catch one of my top 3, 1, 2, or 3. Painful.
Painful and right. And on this day, it's the number 1 web gem. Torrey, thank you very much for joining us, and enjoy the trip over to Texas.
Thank you, man.
Hi, Torrey Hunter, terrific, and we appreciate him helping out. Are you okay? I mean, you seem sort of rattled. Is that okay? Did we have it in the right order?
I'll be fine with those, yes.
You're okay now?
That was number 5.
Johnson, number 5.
All right, let's get a quick
staff did a good job.
Mobile ESPN alert update. Reds and the Diamondbacks. We saw Edwin Encarnacion hit a home run, but the Diamondbacks, one of 3 teams with 7-game winning streaks. And that will help. It's 9-8. They're still battling. First time, folks, 3 teams have had at least a 7-game winning streak in the same league. And you know, the Philadelphia Phillies are going to try to do that again. You'll see the Philadelphia Phillies take on the San Francisco Giants as they file into Citizens Bank Ballpark. John Miller, Joe Morgan, Peter Gammon, Sam Ryan.
Okay, Carl. It's Sunday Night Baseball from Philadelphia's Citizens Bank Park, home of baseball's hottest team right now. The Phillies go for a sweep against the Giants and Barry Bonds, who is just 2 home runs away from Babe Ruth's fabled 714. We will always have the Babe, the life he lived to the hilt, the hearts he touched, the records he set. 714, carved into our collective memory, still brings Babe Ruth to mind. And now, in the time of Barry Bonds, we're reminded just how remarkable an achievement it really was. For only the second time in 71 years, 714 is within reach. A symbol of sustained excellence over time, of power, of purpose, of how good you have to be great. In the form of 714 long balls, one after another launched into the seats.
Deep to left field.
So long as there is baseball, we will always have the Babe. And in our time, the controversial Barry Bonds, just 2 home runs behind him. It's the Giants and the Phillies tonight on Sunday Night Baseball. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. It is a cool, crisp evening, but a beautiful night to be at a ballpark. We're in Philadelphia, Citizens Bank Park. The San Francisco Giants up against the Philadelphia Phillies, who are red hot. Bench coach Ron Wotus posting the Giants lineup card a little while ago, and there he is. Bonds hitting cleanup. Bonds 2 back of the Babe himself on the all-time home run list. And Barry Bonds from the clubhouse, and he is in the 4th spot. Maybe we'll see him in the 1st inning. Hello, everyone. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan. Welcome to Sunday Night Baseball. And Joe, Barry Bonds got off to a slow start this year, but then hit a flurry of home runs. 4 homers in a 7-game stretch. But now on this road trip, the 41-year-old Bonds starting to look like an old man, and at times he's looked so bad on the trip, you might start to think, well, maybe he's finished.
Well, the knee has been a problem, John, but tonight it's all about chasing Babe Ruth's image. I tell you what, Babe Ruth's name is the most storied name in the history of all baseball. And we think about numbers, we think about them all the time. We think about Pete Rose, 41.92, Ted Williams, 406, Joe DiMaggio, 56, Hank Aaron, 755. But before all of those numbers became important, 714 was the most important number in the history of this game. And it will always be important. Barry Bonds is chasing 714. He is not chasing Babe Ruth. He can't replace Babe Ruth, but he can pass 714. And you know what? I wouldn't be surprised, John, if he doesn't hit a home run tonight.
All right, so we're in a great home run hitters ballpark, and Peter Gammons is with us. And Peter, this Phillies ball club, they know how to hit here. They got a lot of home run sluggers, starting with Chase Utley, who's hit 3 homers in the 2 games, hitting in front of the array of talent like Abreu, Howard, Burrell. But Chase Utley, he may be something special.
Well, John, that is absolutely true. I mean, Chase Utley, everyone came here from around the country to follow Barry Bonds, and the local story has been Utley, as you mentioned, with the 3 home runs in 2 games. But the story with this team has been since he moved from the 5th hole into the 2nd hole. He's hit 445 in that 2nd hole and been the heart of this 7-game winning streak. And he's now in the top 10 in a number of offensive categories, which is pretty remarkable for a second baseman. But what it's done is just be able to change the order. Aaron Rowand dropped to the 6th hole. Ryan Howard was able to move into the 5 hole. And ever since, they've been one of the hottest teams in the league. And again, Chase Utley, who the manager says is one of the toughest players in the league, is one of the best offensive second basemen in the sport.
He absolutely is, Peter. No question about that. John Lieber will be the starting pitcher, the veteran right-hander, and he has been tougher on Barry Bonds than any other pitcher Bonds has ever faced in his career. 5 hits and 36 at-bats. Lieber heading in. If they get a man on, Bonds due up 4th in the 1st inning. We'll be right back to get it started.
You've always been competitive. That's why you choose GNC's Mega Men Sport Multivitamin. It's balanced nutrition and energy support for optimal health and athletic performance. Plus, it's enhanced with antioxidants, prostate, and heart support. At GNC, we believe a quality life starts from within. Live well.
With sludge in your engine, it feels like something's holding your car back.
Let me guess, 16.
That's why there's Castrol GTX. Compared to leading oils, it's the best protection against thermal breakdown and maximum protection against sludge buildup. Don't let sludge hold your car back. Get Castrol GTX.
It's more than just oil. It's liquid engineering.
Hey, guys! Remember me? Pella double hung windows!
Hey!
Great work!
Hey, thanks.
Hey!
Hey,
How are you guys?
good.
Thanks, window guy.
At Lowe's, our professional installers do the kind of job you'll appreciate long after they leave your home.
My wife loves the storm doors.
Lowe's, let's build something together.
Come to Lowe's and get 10% off all installed carpet plus free carpet pad now through May 16th.
Convenience store.
Right turn ahead.
Drive happier. Get an all-in-one navigation system from Pioneer.
This is Duralast, the battery built to exceed the need. Engineered with all the cranking power you need for extreme conditions. Get the battery built to exceed the need. Only at AutoZone.
Meet Kate and Edward Lipkins, investors.
I'm a math teacher,
I teach French.
and we weren't keeping on top of our investments.
We had a broker,
But he always recommended stuff from his company.
So now we invest on our own.
And I've picked some good investments.
We've picked.
TD Ameritrade offers stocks, bonds, and mutual funds from third-party companies and independent ratings and research to help you choose.
Independence is the spirit that drives America's most successful investors.
Steroids can really damage your body. They can cause tendons to tear and bones to stop growing, damage kidneys, destroy the liver, even cause heart attacks and strokes. Not to mention something else they can do to a guy's body. Find out more about the dangers of using steroids. Visit drugfree.org.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by the Spicy Chicken Burrito on Taco Bell's Big Bell Value Menu. Think outside the bun. And in part by Chevy, baseball's #1 fan. Chevy, an American revolution. GNC. At GNC, we believe a quality life starts from within. Live well. And Castrol GTX. Don't let sludge hold your car back. Get Castrol GTX.
Barry Bonds, 2 home runs away from catching Babe Ruth on the all-time home run list, but conspicuous by his absence here tonight. The commissioner of baseball, Bud Selig, and he has not been along the way at any point. Sam Ryan with more on that.
That's right, John. That's because Major League Baseball said they will not celebrate when Barry Bonds passes Babe Ruth with 715. Bud Selig saying we don't celebrate a guy second time or third time in, nor have they. I spoke to Bob Dupay today. He's the COO of Major League Baseball. He confirmed that. He did say, you know, we will recognize it, though. We're going to congratulate the guy. There's also been some confusion about the balls being pitched to Barry Bonds. First, Major League Baseball saying they would be authenticated, actually wouldn't be authenticated, then saying they are marking the balls, a process which began Friday night. When I asked Bob Dupay about that, he said it's not a flip-flop. What actually happened was it was simply an oversight. When he heard they weren't marking the balls, he said, why aren't we doing this? We need to do this so there's no confusion, so we know just who caught 714, 715. John?
Thank you, Sam. And the Taco Bell batting order for the San Francisco Giants. It'll be Randy Wynn in right field, Omar Vizquel at short, Pedro Feliz at third base, and Barry Bonds hitting cleanup left field. Steve Finley, the veteran, in center field. Mark Sweeney, first base. Kevin Franzen, a rookie, at second. Mike Matheny catching. And Matt Morris, the former Cardinal, doing the pitching. John Lieber on the mound for the Phillies throws a first pitch strike call to Randy Wynn. Lieber, a veteran, off to a very slow start this year, although his most recent outing was his best start of the year and his only win this season. He's 1-4. But to see the numbers there, 6.87, it tells you he's really struggled. David Bell. And he throws out Randy Wynn. One away.
Well, one thing that Lieber has his strength is his control. He will not walk a lot of hitters, and he stays ahead of them. But he throws a sinker, and he also has a good changeup. But as you see at the bottom, he's had difficulty this year avoiding big innings. But in the past, he's been able to handle getting out of the trouble much better than he has so far this year.
Omar Vizquel belts one toward the corner. Abreu, that's in there, base hit. And Vizquel will hold it first with a single.
Well, they were playing him around to the right center field area, and therefore that ball was just dropped in down the right field line.
Vizquel with his 34th hit of the year in his 100th at bat, and that equals the best 100 at bat mark he's ever had in his career, Joe.
Well, he was known for his glove till the last few years, very similar to Ozzie Smith. Ozzie Smith became a better hitter later in his career.
And the slider misses to Pedro Phillies. Phillies has got 4 homers, 17 batted in, but he has really struggled in those clutch at bats with men in scoring position. There's Barry Bonds out in the on-deck circle. Giants hope that he'll get the bat in this inning. And that's a ball to Phillies. The count now 2-0. Now, one thing, John Lieber may have less fear facing Barry Bonds than any other pitcher. Bonds has only had 5 hits in 36 lifetime at bats against Lieber. That's his worst record against any pitcher.
Well, the only thing I'll say for that, though, John, the last time he faced him was 2002. He's a much better hitter now. And things do change.
Well, he does have 3 home runs against him. But of any pitcher he's faced with at least 15 at-bats, that's the worst he's ever done. And it has spanned a few different eras.
Right.
That's for sure. But it makes it a little more interesting, I think, too, in this instance. Ryan Howard steps on the bag. No chance to double up Vizquel. So first base is open as Bonds comes up.
Number 25, left fielder Barry Bonds.
Well, I've seen them boo their own players worse than that, John.
Well, and they booed him all weekend, although they booed him more loudly Friday night than last night.
And less tonight, I guess. But also, one thing I did notice, after batting practice today, they actually stood up and clapped.
Well, look at this.
Yeah.
Charlie Manuel is saying, I don't believe those numbers. And he's walking, or ordering Barry Bonds to be walked intentionally, and now more booing.
Well, John, I talked to Charlie Manuel today, and he said to me, Barry's getting very close. And he said he wants to try to avoid him getting hot while he's still here in Philadelphia, but it's a little bit unusual. But then again, you do not have Moises Alou hitting behind Barry. I still think they would walk him, but you don't have that bat behind him has been doing so well this year.
Well, the guy you do have behind him is Steve Finley. As Bonds walks for the 30th time this year. It is the 14th intentional walk that he has received this year. And of course, has been walked intentionally more than any player in Major League history.
Well, Johnny came into the game with 620, so that's 621, and the closest guy to him was Willie McCovey at 260. I mean, that's unbelievable to have that big a difference between him and the next guy.
Well, here's Finley, 41 years old, and he takes a call strike. Now, it's interesting, too. Charlie Manuel had him walk a guy, Barry Bonds, hitting 139 against Lieber, to get to Finley, who's hitting 381 against Lieber.
Well, again, he's not concerned with numbers.
And it's inside. The last 4 times that Bonds was walked intentionally with Moises Alou hitting behind him, in those 4 at-bats, Alou knocked in 9 runs. So Alou was making them pay for walking Bonds intentionally. 2 men on, 2 men out. 1 ball, 1 strike to Finley. He'll chase that high fastball, foul tipping it into the glove of Fasano, the catcher. 1-2.
I'm a little surprised that they just walked him intentionally instead of trying to pitch to him and make some perfect pitches, because they have been getting him out this weekend. So how are you getting him out? That's the way you try to pitch to him in this at bat. And if you end up walking him, okay.
I mean, he's hit into 2 double plays this weekend. Fasano came up ready to throw to second. Nobody was actually covering. Vizquel back to the bag. 2-2 now to Finley. His only hit this weekend, and on this road trip for the Giants, which began Wednesday in Milwaukee, his only hit was a pop-up that got blown around in the wind here last night that nobody caught. That should have been an out. Slider back to the screen. 2-2 to Finley.
But then again, that just tells you how much they fear Barry Bonds, even an unhealthy Barry Bonds, so to speak. He's not at 100%.
Well, we saw it earlier this year on Sunday Night Baseball in Los Angeles. He hadn't even hit a home run this year. He was hitting, 200, and they were walking him intentionally then, too. Finley, did he swing? Yes, the plate umpire, Paul Nowert, makes the call himself, and Finley didn't think so.
Well, I think he should have asked the third base umpire. That's what Finley's saying.
Bonds walked intentionally. The Giants are down. Now the Phillies coming up.
Sexton Ford, your #1 new car Ford dealer, will earn your business with low, low prices. A new 06 Freestar, just $19,495 at Sexton. A new 06 Ford Fusion will go for $15,895. Jump into an 06 Ford Explorer 4x4 for just $24,795. Every car, truck, and van has drastic discounts, including used cars. An 05 Focus ZX4 at a low $10,995. And an 05 Mustang, $17,995.
Oh yeah, Sexton Ford is the talk of the town.
It's been 4 years now since Tracy Shelf was diagnosed with cancer. Before that, a big decision was movie or card game. It still is. Trinity, a better experience.
Playoffs continue Friday on ESPN and Saturday on ABC.
Giants nothing. Phillies coming up in the last of the first in Philadelphia. Here's the Phillies batting order now, presented by Taco Bell. Jimmy Rollins, the exciting leadoff man of the Phillies, shortstop. Then Chase Utley, 3 homers this weekend, hitting .321 second base. Bobby Abreu, former home run derby champion, right field. Pat Burrell, big slugger, 23 runs batted in, left field. Ryan Howard, one of the outstanding young players in the game, 2 homers here on Friday. Aaron Rowan won a World Series ring with the White Sox last year, center field. David Bell, a former Giant, at third base. Sal Fasano, the catcher, with Lieberthal on the disabled list now. John Lieber, the pitcher, batting 9th, all up against the veteran right-hander, the longtime Cardinal, Matt Morris, now with the Giants.
Well, Matt Morris used to be just a power pitcher. He could overpower you with his fastball. Now he changes speed a lot. He can't overpower you, but he also has a great curveball, but he uses a sinker and a changeup a lot. But he has a great curveball as his out pitch when he needs it.
1 ball and no strikes now to Jimmy Rollins. Rollins, who finished last year with a 36-game hitting streak and then hit safely in the first 2 games this year. 38 games in a row overall, and that's a ball too low. Rollins says that the Phillies off to a slow start this year before they started this 7-game winning streak, and that's ball 3. And he says it was just a question of they started playing ball, which he said meant that they started playing the game the right way. 3-0 the count, and Morris comes out and can't find the strike zone, which is very unusual. Usually control is a big part of his repertoire. So a 4-pitch walk, and now Chase Utley coming up. .321 average, 7 home runs, 23 batted in for Utley. And Utley hit 2 home runs here on Friday and hit another one yesterday. And he's had at least 2 hits in each of his last 5 games. Chase Utley, and he seems to wear out the Giants. Curveball from Morris, and that misses. So he's not yet been in the strike zone. Chase Utley this weekend, 5 hits, 8 at-bats, including 3 homers and 5 batted in. And Rollins back to the bag. You always have to keep a close eye on Jimmy Rollins, although only 4 steals for Rollins this year, and I'm surprised by that, Joe. I expect him to.
Well, remember they weren't playing well for a while, so a lot of that, when you're behind, you don't want to risk stealing a base.
Wow, Matt Morris has not yet been in the strike zone. 2-0 to Chase Utley. Matt Morris, who won 79 games the previous 5 seasons, so he's averaged 16 wins a year. The last 5 years he was in St. Louis. And Utley down the right field line, foul.
And there's nothing tougher to do if you're the starting pitcher than to have to throw a 2-0 fastball to a left-handed hitter who's swinging the bat well with first base being occupied and the big hole on the right side, because he can pull the ball anytime he wants when he knows that a fastball is coming and he's ahead in the count. A little too quick on that one, but I know that his aim was to hit this hole over here between first and second.
2-1 the count now. Rollins not running. Ooh, now there's the big hook you're talking about, Joe.
Yeah, he's got a great curveball, and that's the way he throws it best. It starts in the strike zone, and watch it break out. I mean, it's a beautiful curveball. Well, he got the bottom of the strike zone, even though it looked like he caught it low, but he got the bottom of the strike zone when it passed him. I mean, that's a straight downer.
He looks Rollins back. Chase Utley, the last 2 seasons, that's leading up to this season, or including last season and this season, has had more extra base hits than any other second baseman in the majors. Rollins dives back to the bag. So far this year, he got 7 homers, 9 doubles, 16 extra base hits. He had 71 extra base hits last year. And when you talk about a guy like Alfonso Soriano, he's no longer a second baseman. His is one of the names that comes up when you think about good hitting second baseman. And Rollins steals the bag, his 5th of the year.
Well, a smart play there by Rollins to go 3-1, because he is concentrating on throwing a strike. He is not worried about the runner at first. He's concentrating on throwing a strike. And it's away. I guess he got the strike call because it's 3-2 now.
Morris with Rollins holding at second base. Utley is gone. And there is one away. Matt Morris, acquired as a free agent in the offseason to try and bolster the Giants pitching staff. But so far, the Giants staff has taken a beating. They are next to last in the league in strikeouts per game, but among the leaders in walks per game, and their bullpen has the worst earned run average of any bullpen in the National League. Here's Bobby Abreu. Giants overall team ERA is 5.16. And the slider misses low and inside for ball 1. Bobby Abreu, and his numbers, I mean, not real good for Abreu, only 277 batting average, but he got a 450 on base average. He's walked more often than any other player, Bonds included, in the National League. And Morris again behind. 2-0.
Well, if you're Matt Morris, you do not want to pitch from behind, because they're more patient and they look for pitches in zones, and if you don't hit that zone, they'll go ahead and take it. But if you get ahead, they will help you out by chasing some of those pitches.
And they got the breaking ball over the inside. Abreu wasn't quite so sure. 2-1 the count now.
John, I was looking at the scoreboard and I had the wrong count up there on Jimmy Rollins. It was 2-2, not 3-1.
And Rollins stole big.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the big curveball. 2-2 now to Abreu.
But again, if he's not able to throw a strike with it. You see, you get him chasing the ball out of the strike zone. I mean, that's a great curveball. This is exactly how he wants to throw it. Starts in the strike zone, and by the time the hitter goes after, it's out of the zone.
That curveball back through the middle, base hit. Rollins speeding around third, heading home, and he will score without a throw. It is 1-0 Phillies.
Well, the difference here will be that it's a strike. This breaking ball is a strike rather than one that starts in the strike zone and breaks out. And let's take a look at K-zone. You'll see it starts in the strike zone and it just stays there technically. Does not break down out of the zone as the one pitch before did.
So Rollins stole his way into scoring position, and then Bobby Abreu scored him. Abreu, who came into the game hitting .375 with runners in scoring position this year. 22nd RBI for him. Here's Pat Burrell. They've got 4 guys right now, all on pace for 100 RBIs or more this year. Utley, Abreu, Burrell, and Howard. The 4 hitting consecutively in the order. Off the fists, and Burrell fouls one out of play. And that's the first time that Morris has had a first pitch strike in this game.
And it makes a lot of difference to the hitter. If he's ahead in the count, he can zone in and pick a spot for the ball to come into, and if it doesn't, he can take it.
And we saw Rollins steal a bag, Joe, but Abreu, you've got to keep a close eye on him too, and he picks his spots well. He almost never gets thrown out when he tries to steal. On the count to Pat Burrell.
Well, they're showing a lot of patience against Matt Morris, John. He's been able to keep the ball down. He hasn't been, high with his pitches, but they're taking the pitches that are starting in the strike zone and then sinking or breaking down. There's another one. See, they're not chasing that pitch. It's like they're sitting on everything down from the waist down. And if it starts there, they're taking it because they know it's going to sink out of the strike zone or break out of the strike zone.
Only saw 19 pitches already, Joe. Only 7 strikes. There goes Abreu. Center field. Back is Finley. Still going back. That at the wall. Gone. A 2-run homer for Pat Burrell. It's a 3-0 Phillies lead.
Well, you see one of the reasons they have won 7 straight ball games. Jimmy Rollins got on, stole second. Utley brought him home. Burrell fights to get a 3-1 count, gets a fastball, and hits it over the center field fence. Well, I should say Abreu brought him home.
So Pat Burrell, with his 9th home run of the year, he's got 25 RBIs. And here's Ryan Howard. First full year in the big leagues, and the young slugger takes a curveball for a called strike. Howard got 8 home runs, 21 batted in. 3-0 Phillies, and it's more of the same old story for the Giants right now. They've been giving up a lot of runs. They've been giving up a lot of runs early lately.
Well, his control is what got him in trouble. Falling behind, and he had to give Utley a 2-0 fastball. He eventually got him out, but he was behind to Burrell, and he had to throw him a 3-1 fastball, and he hit it over the center field fence.
Got him chasing that curveball, tagged out by Matheny, who pulled it out of the dirt. That's out number 2.
Well, the count is 3-1. He wants to throw a strike, but one of the things I've said all year is pitchers are making so many more mistakes than ever before. That's a fastball in the middle of the plate above the belt. I mean, on a 3-1 pitch, they're going to hit that hard, and you're lucky if it does stay in the ballpark.
So Burrow 9 home runs, and if he's ever able to put a full season together, because he's very streaky, he could be a 40 to 50 home run guy. Aaron Rowand, former White Sox center fielder, bounces a foul, 0-2 the count.
I mean, it's like that was put on a tee for him. And he just hit it straight away center field.
Into the gardens out there in center field. So Pat Burrell, who was a Giants fan as a kid, he grew up in the South Bay area. And the ball inside now to Aaron Rowand. Rowand is hitting .304, 5 homers, 15 batted in. He got kicked out of the game last night, though, for arguing balls and strikes with Greg Gibson, who was the plate umpire last evening. And it was kind of surprising when he got traded because he was an important man in that White Sox scheme of things, not just in center field, but in the clubhouse. Omar Vizquel, Bonds coming in. It is Bonds. On to the second inning. It is 3-0. The red-hot Phillies out in front.
Simple. One family, one vehicle. The all-new 2007 Chevy Suburban. Every big family will want one. Suburban, an American revolution.
People everywhere are experiencing a breakthrough.
Let us observe my client after eating a spicy chicken burrito.
I was full.
And what were you full of?
Great taste.
Fullness and great taste from a value menu. I do believe I rest my case.
Taco Bell's Big Bell Value Menu featuring the spicy chicken burrito with shredded chicken simmered in Mexican spices to keep your stomach and your wallet full. Think outside the bun.
From the man who brought fantasy to life comes a hair product born into reality. Beauty has a face, perfection a name. And now, you can experience a shampoo worthy of only one man's name.
Life comes at you fast. Ready for retirement? Get ready with Nationwide. Investments, retirement, insurance.
Nationwide is on your side.
Are we going to that bed and breakfast?
No.
No. Oh, are we going skiing?
No.
How about a day spa?
Nope.
Are we going apple picking?
No. Just relax. Trust me.
Is that a bull?
Free weekends at Avis. Rent for a week and get a free weekend to go out and do something totally unexpected. Just another way we try harder.
Come on now, come on. Ha! Yes!
Lasso lessons. Good one.
At the show tonight. Game time. Let's do this thing.
Inning number 2, Sunday Night Baseball from Philadelphia continues. I'm John Bennett with Joe Morgan. Peter Gammons here with us and Sam Ryan. The Giants up now in the second inning. Mark Sweeney takes a called strike from John Lieber. Kevin Franzen, a rookie, will follow, and then Mike Matheny due up third for the Giants. Mark Sweeney, well-traveled veteran, just off the outside. Outstanding pinch hitter, and a guy who can play first base, the outfield. And outside of Brian Johns last year in San Diego, he was their best hitter in the games that he played. And he takes the ball. So it's 2-1. This Philadelphia ball club, they were looking woeful, Joe. They were 9-14, nothing to go. They were making lots of errors. They were making mental errors. That ball is hit very deep into right center field, way back there, and into the Phillies bullpen. A home run for Mark Sweeney, his third of the year. It's 3-1 Phillies.
And like Pat Burrell, he got it into a hitter's count. And he took the fastball into the seats in right center. And it appeared to me that that was another pitch pretty much in the middle of the plate and up a little bit. There's even the target's up and in. But that ball, look at that, right above, just a little bit off center, but it's up. And as we mentioned, Lieber doesn't throw hard enough to be able to throw a lot of 3-1 pitches or hitters count pitches in the strike zone like that.
Kevin Franzen, the hitter now, who went to the same high school as did Philadelphia's Pat Burrell in the South Bay area near San Francisco. That's caught by Abreu. And Franzen is not up there very long. One down. Let's go to John Buccigross in the studio for this SportsCenter 30 at 30 update.
Thank you, John. The AP is reporting Ben Wallace will win the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year award for the 4th time in 5 years. He'll get the trophy before Game 2 Tuesday as the Pistons won Game 1 today against the Cavaliers. It's official. Steve Nash has won the Most Valuable Player of the Year award in the NBA for the 2nd straight year. Details on ESPN News.
High fly ball, right center field off the bat of Mike Matheny, and there is Rowand with Abreu right alongside. 2 down. Mark Sweeney led off the inning with a home run for the Giants.
Well, there's a target pretty much in the middle of the plate. He gets it middle of the plate up. And he just drills it. There's no doubt about this as soon as he hit it. And this is still a pretty good hitter's ballpark, even though they move the fences back a little bit in left field.
Matt Morris, slow tap. John Lieber. Lieber was none too graceful picking that one up, but he got it. An 8-pitch inning for him. 3-1 Phillies.
MLB.tv now on ESPN.com. Sign up today.
Me? I'm a problem solver. There's a problem, I solve it. One problem I thought I'd solved? My acid reflux disease. I thought it was just bad heartburn. But when I went back to my doctor, he told me over time stomach acid had damaged the lining of my esophagus. He prescribed Nexium. Said I needed more than heartburn relief. My esophagus needed repair. Nexium healed the erosions in my esophagus. And one prescription Nexium pill a day keeps me healed and relieves my heartburn. So I don't just feel better, I am better. My doctor did say other serious stomach conditions may still exist, and headache, diarrhea, and abdominal pain could be side effects of Nexium.
Talk to your doctor about Nexium and find out if a free trial is right for you.
Even the best problem solvers need a little help sometimes.
Nexium, the healing purple pill. If you can't afford your medications, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
Rolling Stone raves MI3 is the movie to beat this summer. The thrills come mad hot and wicked sweet.
What else you got?
Rated PG-13, now playing.
Everyone talks about how long their truck will last. When we build a truck, we think way down the road. Toyota Tundra has been factory tested to survive years of abuse. That's why day in, day out, through the worst of the elements and all the rigors of time, nothing stops a Tundra. Toyota, moving forward. Special financing and lease options available now.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell. We're at Citizens Bank Ballpark in Philadelphia. John Miller, along with Joe Morgan, our 17th year of Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. David Bell will lead off here against Matt Morris of the Giants. Peter Gammons, Sam Ryan also with us as David Bell will stand in against Morris, who had a very shaky first inning. And first pitch curve in the dirt for ball one. This Philly ball club getting back into the pennant race. The New York Mets off to a red-hot start, although the Braves clobbered them today at Shea Stadium. The Mets are coming in here to start a series on Tuesday. So that's going to be a little sort of a checkpoint for both ball clubs.
Well, if you're the Phillies, you're glad that it's happening at this point because you're playing well. If it would have happened earlier, the Mets were playing well, the Phillies were not. They could have been buried early.
If the Phillies win this game tonight, they'll be 4 games out going into that series. And that ball is smoked right by Phillies into the left field corner. Bell digging for second as Bonds plays the carom. A stand-up double for David Bell. Barry Bonds, when he went out to left field in the bottom of the first inning, this is what he may have seen out there. Ruth did it on hot dogs and beer. Aaron did it with class. And then there was yet one more part of that. And it's basically said, how did you do it, Barry? And there's a ball inside. And it was pretty clever.
Yeah, it was. But what's interesting is that beer was illegal during Babe's time, wasn't it? Wasn't it prohibition time? Couldn't get liquor. That was a little before my time. I mean, you may know.
I read about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in the history club. Oh, you're the one who told me about it.
Yeah.
1 ball, 1 strike to Sal Fasano. And that is foul past third and down the left field line. Two strikes, the count to Sal Fasano with John Lieber on deck. 3-1. The Phillies are out in front here. Mike Lieberthal, the Phillies' regular catcher, placed in the disabled list here on Friday. And the slider low and outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. When we saw Bonds, what was it, 3 weeks ago or so in L.A. on Sunday Night Baseball, and you came away with a sort of a different idea as to where Bonds was now, with his body not responding as it has so many times in the past with that bad knee and the bad elbow, and maybe that feeling of invincibility was not there as it had been in the past.
I agree, and definitely when I saw him in L.A., you know, a lot of things were going through his mind, you know, all kind of accusations, etc. And he wasn't hitting home runs, you know, something that he'd always been able to do. Even last year, after sitting out most of the year, when he came back, he could still swing the bat well.
John Lieber. And Bonds, who moves very poorly these days, never a factor in that one, as Phillies, the third baseman, and the shortstop Vizquel both know they've got to go way out on any ball hit in the air in that direction. Yeah, it definitely not running well. But when I talked to him today, I felt like he was in a better state of mind than he was, you know, when we saw him in L.A. I think he's accepted the fact that, you know, people are going to boo him, except in San Francisco, and he can handle that. In fact, he said sometimes he likes for him to boo him rather than cheer for him. So he's getting his wish on the road. But he's also a couple of times this week shown signs of frustration outwardly that you rarely see from him. Here in Philadelphia the other night, he hit into a double play, and afterward angrily took off the batting helmet and fired it to the ground. But you know, I remember a guy once said about Stan Musial, said, why is he always smiling? Well, he said if you're hitting 334, you should smile. Well, Barry's hitting 240, and that's un-Barry-like, so he's not happy. So he's not going to be smiling. I mean, he's not going to be happy hitting 240. I mean, that's not Barry Bonds-like. So I think a lot of his frustration is because he feels like he's getting some pitches to hit, he told me, and he's not hitting them. Here's Bell with his lead. Jimmy Rollins fouls one over to the Phillies dugout. I mean, we've seen Barry in a game where they walk him 3 times, and he gets 1 pitch to hit, and he hits a home run on that 1 pitch. I've seen that happen. I've been broadcasting a game when it happens. But that's not likely to happen now, and I think he feels like, you know, that's a problem. And make no mistake about it, when you're a player and you're not hitting well, you start to question yourself. And especially when you're 41 years old, you start to think about, well, how much longer can I do this at this level? You know, can I be the best hitter in the game? How long, you know, can I continue? Well, Bonds was 1 for 3 here last night. The 1 hit he got was a pop-up that should have been caught. Yeah. And he was 0 for 3 on Friday night here. Last Wednesday in Milwaukee, he was 0 for 4. That's a fair ball past Sweeney. So David Bell will score. The ball stays in the corner, and now Rollins heading for third. Franzen's relay, a triple. Wynn had some problems out there. with that ball in the corner, and Jimmy Rollins turns it into an RBI triple.
Well, a lot of these ballparks have a little different niches down in certain areas. This ball is just ripped past first base. No chance for Sweeney to make a play. Now, instead of it bouncing off down there, it just kind of rolled down into the corner. And by the time Wynn was able to get it back in, Rawlings had an easy triple.
4-1, the Phillies lead already. They've hit for the cycle against Matt Morris. In these first 2 innings, they've got a single, double, triple, and a homer for their 4 hits. Chase Utley, who's been so hot, does not have one of the hits. On the outside corner with a fastball. Utley hit a little tapper back to the pitcher his first time.
And most of his problems of, Morris's problems have come when he's behind the count and they can sit on a pitch.
Left center, Bonds coming on and not going to be able to get to it. So Rollins is in to score. Chase Utley another RBI, and it is 5-1 Phillies, and they are wearing out Matt Morris.
Well, we talked about Bonds not being able to run well on the ball down the line, and even this one, but he had no chance of catching this ball. This is a routine single, and you'll see the ball is well in front of him. He's trying to decoy someone, but that doesn't matter. That ball's about 15 feet in front of him.
Abreu. And that one is in there for a called strike. Abreu singled home the first Phillies run.
John, from living, in the Bay Area and reading things about the game, it doesn't appear that Barry's lack of movement in left field has really hurt the Giants yet this year. You've been with them, so you'd know more than I would, but just reading the paper, it doesn't seem like that's the biggest problem.
I mean, hardly any balls ever get hit.
Right.
Of any difficulty for him. There have been a couple of balls that he was not able to get to, but it's still awfully sad. It's painful to watch him go after a ball out there. He's moving very poorly with that the right knee that has had 3 surgeries on it within the last year. And of course, at one time, he was the best left fielder in the game by far. And here he is now chasing this one off the bat of Abreu, but it's out of play.
John, one other thing that comes into play here. He's standing in the outfield long periods of times here in the first couple of innings. He's running from side to side. That really wears on your knee. My point is, by the 5th or 6th inning, he tells me that sometimes he's tired, his knee tires on him, and he's not able to swing as freely, in the middle to late innings as he is early in the ball game.
1-2 to Bobby Abreu. And there goes the runner from first. Morris throws to Vizquel, and he tags out Utley. Utley just took off, and Morris was still holding the ball. 5-1 Phillies on to the 3rd.
Oh, man. Problem? No phone to call our sitter. Here's mine. You're going to share your minutes?
I hope our son grows up just like you.
Make friends with Mega Talk from iWireless. Unlimited 24/7 local calling lets you talk all you want, anytime. That's over 43,000 minutes a month. Mega Talk needs no contract, credit check, or monthly bill. Save now with your choice of phones, airtime packages, and free power supplies card. The Mega Talk Perfect Package Sale, only at iWireless. Discover the power of I.
Come on, kids, let's talk about insulation.
Homes can waste half their heating dollars
and a third of their cooling dollars because of poor attic insulation.
That's right, and the solution is to have a professional blow-in insulation or add extra fiberglass insulation to the attic.
Which one do you recommend?
You know, kids, I love them both so much, I wouldn't want to choose. Mid-American Energy says save some green by adding insulation to your home.
Mid-American Energy.
The all-new Hyundai Azera. It may be the most car for the money ever. With 8 airbags, a 263-horsepower V6, and more interior space than a BMW 760i. You could say it breaks the price barrier. The all-new 2006 Azera. It's a Hyundai like you've never seen before.
put your checkbook to better use. With a Visa check card, you can pay bills like phone, cable, and utilities online or by phone. You may never write a check again.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. Brought to you by the 2006 Sonata, a Hyundai like you've never seen before. And Verizon Wireless. Get the exclusive new Trio 700W with Windows Mobile.
Inning number 3, Randy Wynn, Omar Vizquel, Pedro Phillies coming up with the Giants at top of the order against John Lieber. 5-1, the Phillies already leading. Randy Wynn is 0 for 1 in the game and takes a called strike. Peter Gammons is here with us. And Peter, Barry Bonds, and everything's swirling around him, and the masses of media that are here with him, the booing. I know you talked to him before the game. What do you think?
Well, I think what really bothers him is just the circus atmosphere. The fact that, you know, you could sometimes have 60 or 70 people standing around in the clubhouse from the media. They don't say anything. They're just standing there. I know that some of the other players have been disrupted by it. In fact, on Friday, they pretended they were going to call a team meeting to get the media out of the clubhouse. And the one thing I really sense from Barry is, okay, the booing is part of it, but, you know, he's going after Babe Ruth. He'd like a little bit more joy, and he feels that there really isn't a lot of joy. It's something, instead of being something that people celebrate, it's almost something that everyone wants to get over instead of enjoying.
I agree with you, Peter, but, you know, Hank Aaron, it was a joyless event for him as well. And Roger Maris, anyone that was chasing Babe Ruth, you know, as I said in the open, Babe Ruth is the only guy that you can may say was bigger than the game. And he was during his time. He was bigger than the game. And his image is always there. And, you know, anybody that's chased Babe Ruth have always had this kind of thing about him, not like Barry has, of course, but, you know, no one was pulling for Roger Maris because they didn't think he was worthy. No one was pulling for Hank Aaron in a lot of places because he was African-American. And in Barry's case, they're finding another reason. So everyone that chases Babe Ruth is probably going to end up like this, not having any joy.
David Bell throws out Randy Wynn. Peter?
And that really is sad in a lot of ways. I mean, it was very sad for Roger Maris to have to be pulling out his hair. It was really something of a national embarrassment the way Henry Aaron was treated. And this is different, Joe, and you're absolutely right. But, you know, I mean, I think that as much as he realizes there's so much controversy rolling around, he'd kind of like to have some enjoyment, and he has it with his teammates, you know, a lot more than a lot of people outside realize, but he doesn't really sense it anywhere except in the clubhouse and back in San Francisco.
Omar Vizquel, the hitter.
And you make another point, which we should probably discuss, Peter, and that is the other players. Forgetting guys who pop off or think that they're the caretakers of the game. I watched all the Philly players come by and pay their respects to Barry Bonds today. They all come over and they hug him, and this goes on in other parts too with the players. So it's not always the players who are against him, although there are certain guys who will, you know, say, you know, give interviews and pop off. But other than that, I mean, I see the players on the other teams who are still in awe of Barry Bonds.
I watched that too, Joe. And, you know, I found interesting. Mark Sweeney, Steve Finley, a few of the other players said, you know, we're not upset with Barry Bonds and all what's going on in the clubhouse. We're upset that they don't have a separate room where the media can go and, you know, ask 2 questions of Barry. We're just upset about the scenario of everybody standing around. They're not blaming Barry. And I was really kind of surprised that, you know, they went out of their way to make that point to me very clear.
Yeah.
Ball 4 to Omar Vizquel. With 1 out, he's aboard. Pedro Phillies will come up now, and that means Barry Bonds will head out into the on-deck circle.
And there are a lot of things going on, you know, in Barry's world. I mean, we kind of know what the fans are thinking by their reaction. But we also, you know, we know what the players are thinking. And, you know, sometimes we find out what some of the former players are thinking. And then there's the media. There are a lot of different facets to this thing, you know, and they're not all on the same wavelength.
Well, you saw Barry's mom here tonight. There's Patricia Bonds, Mrs. Bobby Bonds. Barry's late dad, who's an outstanding big league player. Vizquel running. Posada's throw. He's out. Down by 4 runs, and with Bonds on deck, Vizquel took off and got thrown out.
You know, in the normal circumstance, I might not say that was a bad play early in the ball game to try to get a run here or there. But with Barry in the on-deck circle, I don't, you know, you have to make it if you go.
So 2 down, nobody on. Phillies chases that slider and just barely gets a piece of it.
Nice tag there. As you see, gets him right on his hand just before it gets into the bag. Nice throw by Fasano.
I mean, the timing is so precise to catch that throw and apply the tag so quickly. Beautifully done there by Utley. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count to Pedro Phillies.
So I don't believe just because you're behind you should just sit and wait for the 3-run homer. But when Barry Bonds is in the on-deck circle, I think you should.
There's only 2 guys in history who hit more home runs than Barry Bonds. And Bonds will have to wait and lead off the next inning. 5-1, Abreu, Burrell, and Howard. The big power coming up for the Phillies.
I hope I said that right. I'm Matt Tucker. Welcome to America.
Oh, your Chinese is good.
I worked on it all morning.
Someday, you'll be able to deliver your data how and where you need it along a secure local-to-global IP network. Someday, all your communications will work together through a wide range of IP solutions. Welcome to Verizon Business, where you'll get more than a network. You'll get the commitment of people who care about your business as much as you do. People who are accountable for making it all work for you. Someday is today. Verizon Business, where global capability comes together with personal accountability.
Why blend in when you can stand out? Introducing Mercury Milan, the mid-size sedan that goes its own way. Milan is definitely a cut above. It's a blast to drive. Whew, who knew you could have this much fun and get 32 miles per gallon highway? Milan is the mid-size car you've been waiting for. And now you can lease Milan for just $219 a month. You gotta put Mercury on your list.
Got the show tonight. Game time. Let's do this thing.
The Phillies lead the Giants 5-1. Last of the 3rd in Philadelphia. Matt Morris trying to put something together here. They have roughed him up big time. And now he's got some of their best hitters up here. Abreu, Burrell, and Howard, the numbers 3, 4, 5 hitters in the very potent Phillies batting order. Abreu to left field, and Bonds waiting for it. Now, Corey Lytle, one of the Phillies starters, was quoted earlier this week as saying on Barry Bonds what he could have done without performance-enhancing drugs, which he hasn't been proven guilty of using, which I'm not buying. You can maybe take what he had done in his prime before his head started growing at an enormous rate and just make those projections. Philadelphia Daily News 3 days ago. And our Sam Ryan, as that ball hit sharply by Burrell over to third, and he's thrown out by Phillies. She talked to Lytle because Lytle also, it was not mentioned, went to high school with Jason Giambi, whom Lytle did not mention. Sam?
Yeah, and I asked him why he didn't. Why Barry Bonds? Why not Jason Giambi? He also played with him in Oakland, John and Joe. And he said, well, you know, that's because he came clean. I told him his grand jury testimony was leaked. He apologized. He held a press conference in New York. But did he really come clean? He didn't really admit to doing anything. He said, well, that was my assumption. I assumed he came clean. That's what I was led to believe. He also said that Jason is a stand-up guy. Some of the other guys out there aren't. I guess he was alluding to Barry Bonds, John. But he said Jason has always treated the fans and the media well. He said he's not a good buddy of his. He doesn't call him on the phone. He's not covering for him. Then when I asked him if he saw anything in Oakland when he played with Jason, he said, I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. There was an assumption, though, back then, performance-enhancing drugs, they were accepted, guys.
All right, so it was interesting because, you know, he didn't have a problem talking about Barry Bonds, but it was sort of interesting that he had conspicuously left out Jason Giambi, his old teammate in Oakland and high school mate. Anyway, the Phillies are gone. Matt Morris has his best inning, a 6-pitch inning. Barry Bonds will be leading it off. We head to the 4th inning, 5-1 Philadelphia.
And he said, I'd like.
We're finished showing the dangers of not buckling up. Too many of you still don't get it. That's why we're stepping up safety belt enforcement and writing tickets over and over and over again if that's what it takes to make you buckle up. Wearing your safety belt costs you nothing. Not wearing it could cost you everything.
No more excuses, Iowa. Buckle up in your truck.
After leaving here today, David and Melody Taylor left their landlord for a new home. This is where 11-year-old Zach Stuhler learned there's more to banking than the drive-thru. In this room, Price T. Bowie took the hungry hobo to the next level. It's not that life revolves around banking. It's that our bank revolves around your life. American Bank and Trust. Success happens here.
The all-new 2007 Chevy Tahoe. With 320 horsepower and an EPA estimated 22 highway miles per gallon. Get there like never before. Tahoe, an American revolution.
Barry Bonds coming up here in the 4th inning. 5-1. The Phillies lead the Giants as we go to the 4th. Earlier today, Bonds arriving here at Citizens Bank Park along with his one of his trainers, Harvey Shields, then out on the field. And there's a look at all of that media that has been covering Bonds and the Giants this week here in Philly. And then he went out and had, as he just about always does, a spectacular batting practice. This last one up into the second deck.
John, these are the kind of at-bats, though, as you were smoozing with him. These are the kind of at-bats that he might get something to hit because they're 4 runs ahead. Yeah.
And he got it through. They had that shift on with 3 infielders on the right side. He hit right into it and still got himself a base hit.
Well, this is, you know, when the Giants are behind, you know, well behind, they're going to pitch to him. And so those are the times that he's going to get a chance to add to his total. I mean, first pitch fastball, you know, something we didn't see him throw him a strike his first time up, obviously, because they intentionally walked him. But with a 4-run lead, you'll see pitchers a little more apt to go after him.
That is the first real base hit that Bonds has had on this road trip for the Giants. The only other one was a pop-up that should have been caught last night. Here's Steve Finley, who struck out his first time. And that is a ball up and away.
And another sign of the times they're not holding Barry Bonds on. You know, they always had to hold him on. Even in the 5-1 game, you would hold him on because he could steal second base. And he probably would and make it easily. But now he doesn't, you know, he's not going to run and risk injuring himself.
Ball is smoked, deep, and foul. That was a laser beam down the right field line. 15 feet or so foul. Finley needs 2 home runs more to become only the 5th player in Major League history to have the combination of 300 homers and 300 steals in his career. The list that includes Willie Mays, Bobby Bonds, Barry Bonds, and Andre Dawson. Down the right field line, and Abreu will play it out off the scoreboard. Finley thinks about it, now goes back to first, with Bonds going over to third.
Nice play there by Abreu to hold Finley to a single. Had it easily, and he just kind of coasted into third base. No way he could make that throw all the way from the wall over to third base in time to get him.
So the Giants down 5-1, and they've got something started here in the 4th inning with Mark Sweeney, who hit a home run his first time coming up. 5-1, the Phillies leading the Giants here. Lieber on the mound for the Phillies. And he came right after Sweeney with a fastball, and he fouled it back. I don't know if Sweeney was a little bit surprised by that fastball or not.
I think he was, because he hit a fastball for a home run last time up, and a lot of times after you think they're going to come with another pitch, you know, but he's a little late on it. You can see that ball's on him before he swings at it.
That ball in the air to center, medium deep. Tagging at third. Finley was also tagging at first. The throw goes into second. So Bonds scores on a sacrifice fly by Sweeney. He got both of the Giants RBIs. It's 5-2. Phillies. And here is Kevin Franzen. We were talking about Corey Lytle and his comments. And Sam Ryan doing a little follow-up to that before the game. Let's go down to Peter Gammons now.
Well, John and Joe, the only thing, you know, Corey Lytle's, the presumption that you get from Lytle is that he's saying, well, basically, where did Bonds' power come from? Well, excuse me, you know, in 1992, playing at Pittsburgh, in 93, playing at San Francisco, he had OPSs of 1030 and 1135 higher than any season in the careers of Henry Aaron or Joe DiMaggio or Frank Robinson or even Reggie Jackson.
All right. And if Peter knows that, I know it's true. That's where I get almost all my information, Joe. Peter Gammons, ESPN.com. Last of the 4th now, 5-2 Phillies.
When the going gets tough, the tough trade up to a dependable, long-lasting Chevy truck. Silverado goes head-to-head with more standard horsepower and torque and better fuel economy than Ford F-150.
Use $1,500 down payment assistance to get this 2006 Chevy Silverado half-ton for $22,490 after all offers.
Hey, tough guy, get going. Go to Edmunds.com and compare Chevy head-to-head.
See your local Chevy dealer.
Do you need to take care of that?
Probably should.
Need food now?
Thank you.
Make new Easy Mac cups. Warm, cheesy Kraft mac and cheese right when you need it. Quick, make some mac.
Introducing the miracle of fusion, a revolutionary technology and a unique idea come together to create new Gillette Fusion. Until now, pressure caused irritation. Fusion has 5 blades spaced closer together to reduce pressure with less irritation and more comfort. Flip Fusion over. A precision trimmer for those tricky places. The comfort of 5 blades, the precision of 1. The best shave ever in manual or battery power. New Gillette Fusion.
The wheel goes round and round, we keep it moving, and they don't slow down. The wheel goes round and round, we keep it moving.
Round and round.
The wheel goes round and round, keep it moving.
Oh, yeah.
Keep it moving. Keep it moving. The wheel goes round and round, round and round, goes round, round.
Morris here in the fourth inning. 5-2. The Phillies lead the Giants. Morris gave up 3 in the first, 2 in the second. Now, really, he's got a. Although it's be impossible for him to have a good-looking box score line after getting roughed up so bad in the first 2 innings. But the Giants really need him to give them some innings and keep the game close and give them a chance to come back in this ballpark, which is such a hitter's yard.
Yeah, definitely there's an opportunity to come back. I mean, 4 runs down is not, that many runs. Well, actually 3 runs.
Yeah, well, it was 4. Now it's 3. See, it's already getting lower.
Yeah.
The Phillies, who after a day off tomorrow will be taking on the New York Mets. The Mets off to a great start, but having some problems at the tail end of their rotation now with some injuries. The rookie Brian Bannister on the disabled list. Did he swing? Yes. First base umpire Charlie Rutherford said that was a swing, so Rowan is tagged out by Matheny. Strike 3. The Atlanta Braves finally won one today in New York. The Braves 9 games out going into the game today up at Shea Stadium. But Jose Lima came up from the minor leagues, and it was not a good day for Lima time, as it turns out. So the Braves moved to within 8. And the Phillies, if they can beat the Giants tonight, will be only 4 out when they start that series. The Mets' big 3 starters will be working. Pedro Martinez, Tom Glavine, and Steve Traxel will go in those 3 games for the Mets.
An interesting thing you were mentioning the Braves, and of course John Sherholtz and Bobby Cox have been there, and Sherholtz has been basically the architect of that franchise. And he said he made a trade in March of 1992 with the Pittsburgh Pirates for Barry Bonds. Ted Simmons was the general manager.
Curveball bouncing away, and Matheny throws out David Bell. 2 straight strikeouts for Morris. 2 down.
And he said he had made the trade. They agreed upon it. And an hour before they were going to announce it, Ted Simmons backed out of the deal. And he said, you can't do that. We've already made a deal. But anyway, it didn't go through. But he was trading Alejandro Pena, a pitcher, Keith Mitchell, who was an outfielder, pretty good hitter, and a player to be named later for Barry Bonds. And that was, the trade was supposed to be done according to John Sherholtz in his new book.
Now, wasn't one of the things that Jim Leland, the manager at that time, just sort of went ballistic about the thought of trading Bonds for anybody? Bonds was about to go into the final year of his contract at that time. Sal Fasano thrown out by Phillies. On to the 5th inning now. Bonds and the Giants trailing the Phillies 5-2.
MLB.tv now on ESPN.com. Sign up today.
What would happen if we took a trip and only made left turns?
Take a left.
We've made the left.
Who would we meet? Where would we find ourselves?
Left turn ahead.
And just how far would we go?
Third row, too slow.
Tell better stories in the 270 horsepower, 7-passenger Nissan Pathfinder.
I am so busted. They're asleep. Cut the lights.
Who's counting on your brakes today? Your brakes are too important to trust to just anyone. That's why you should come to Midas now during peak driving season and get yours checked. Be safe.
Trust the Midas touch.
Let's say I retire at 64.
At 60.
58.
Let's say I leave my job in 5 years and start teaching.
We help the kids buy their first house.
Let's say healthcare costs double. We hold off tapping into our 401k. What would that look like?
Welcome to Envision with Wachovia Securities, a way of working with our financial advisors that starts with your life and plans your money around it. Are you with Wachovia?
I've got 4 pitches that I can throw to a guy, and he has no idea what's coming. And when you're really in the zone, it's like nothing else in the world matters. People ask, did you see how many people were in the stands that night? I couldn't tell you if there was 50,000 people or 5,000 people. You're just thinking about putting the ball where you want to, and that's it. I live for this.
Catch Major League Baseball all season long on ESPN. Don't miss it.
We're at the beautiful Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan, along with Sam Ryan. And Peter Gammons is here with us. We're getting a look at this Phillies ball club just as they've started to get going this year. They've had a great week. They've won 7 in a row, making a move on the Mets, who have been threatening to run away with this National League Eastern Division. Mike Matheny leading it off against the veteran right-hander John Lieber, and the count is 0-1. Good slider there from Lieber, which is a trademark pitch for him. Matt Morris on deck. And that one he took, slide a little bit low. A ball and a strike with Morris and then leadoff man Randy Winn scheduled to follow. 5-2, the Phillies out in front here. Barry Bonds so far has been walked intentionally and hit a single and scored a run. Playing in Philadelphia, he homered in the very first at-bat that he ever had in this ballpark. And not this ballpark, but in this city. Back in 1986, nearly 20 years ago at Veterans Stadium, he hit a solo homer in the top of the first inning against Charles Hudson, the 13th home run of his career. And Matheny chases that slider, strike 3. Let's go down to Peter Gammons now.
Well, John, the trade for Aaron Rowland was important just because he's one of the best defensive center fielders in the league. But the knock on the Phillies always was, they're a little bit low-key. They're a very quiet team. Rowland is just the opposite. He went out with every teammate to lunch or dinner in spring training. He's brought them a lot of energy. And the more you talk to these players, they say, look at our offense. Look at the infield defense. If we get any starting pitching to go with our bullpen, we have a great chance to make a run at the Mets.
Well, and Peter, that was the case in Chicago too. I mean, he was considered a real key in that clubhouse of the White Sox, as Matt Morris is thrown out by John Lieber. 2 down.
Well, he absolutely was, John. I mean, he's just one of these people who loves to play baseball. He's very outgoing. You know, he grew up playing with Pat Burrell, so it's been great for him. But he's just, you know, we call him baseball dirt dogs, and that's what he is. Not only that, but he's one of the best center fielders on the planet.
Yeah, indeed he is. 2 down, nobody on. Here's Randy Winn coming up for the Giants now. With 2 down, Winn is 0 for 2 in the game. And Joe, speaking of the White Sox, although Rowan was such a key member and he's missed and they loved him, the White Sox are 22-9 right now.
Yeah, well, they're good.
Jim Thome seems to have been a pretty good presence in the clubhouse over there, and in the batter's box,
especially in the batter's box
and the cleanup position.
But we saw that, remember, opening day we talked about it, because you know he looks so slim and looked like he was in such great shape, and he's told me that he felt so good. And at that point, remember, we predicted he would have a good year.
There's Rowan. He dives. He got it. It fooled him initially. He got a late break and then made up for it. We're going to come back in 60 seconds. We'll visit with the Giants pitching coach, Dave Righetti, from the dugout.
What if the Wall Street Journal said Mercury Milan could win over customers from Honda Accord or Toyota Camry? What if they said Milan mixes economy, performance, and an unexpected dose of style? Has details we usually see on European sports sedans, and then concluded Milan handled well, was fun to drive, and was peppy in traffic? We'd say they're right. And now you can lease Milan for just $219 a month. You've got to put Mercury on your list.
Your lawn's enemy, grubs. Their mission, to destroy your lawn. So, backed by Bayer's 100-plus years of crop science expertise, Bayer Advanced created season-long grub control with merit. #1 choice of professionals. No other formula kills more grubs. Plus, a single application protects your lawn for an entire season. Guaranteed. To grubs, it's the end of the road. To lawns, a new lease on life. Bayer Advanced. Better science. Better results.
Back in Philadelphia, the Phillies lead the Giants 5-2, and we have been joined by the Former Major League pitcher, had a very distinguished career, and now is the outstanding pitching coach for the Giants. Dave Righetti. Rags, welcome to Sunday Night Baseball.
Hi, fellas. How are you?
Dave, when you guys added Matt Morris to this rotation, you already had Jason Schmidt, Noah Lowry. It looked like that was going to be a strength for this ball club. Right now, it has not been.
Well, we still got to believe it's going to be, and you got to build from the offensive line, so to speak. And for me, that's the 5 guys are going to go out there for you.
What about Noah Lowry? I saw in the paper where he's going to be back soon.
He's going to start tomorrow, Joe, against Houston in this makeup game we're playing, and he'll be back in the rotation. So he looks good and looks healthy. We're happy to have him back.
What about Matt Cain? I mean, I've watched him, and he looks like he's got great stuff.
He does. He's a young kid, obviously. He's going to have his ups and downs, but I think he's starting to figure it out a little bit, and he knows it's his first time around the league, and he's getting himself an indoctrination a little bit, but he's a tough kid. He'll find a way to make it right.
Dave Righetti, many thanks for coming on with us from the dugout. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Dave Righetti, who once pitched a no-hitter on the 4th of July for the New York Yankees. He was a starting pitcher there, pitched a no-hitter, and then made a conversion, became a closer. And right away, I think he had 45 saves his first year as a closer for the Yankees. And that no-hitter, Joe, what team do you think he pitched a no-hitter against? Think of all the teams that the Yankees play in a given year.
Let me guess. Did they have Red Sox on that day?
I don't know about the actual Sox, but yeah, on the front of the uniform jersey, it often would say Red Sox. Dave Righetti. 2-2 the count to the pitcher, John Lieber, facing Matt Morris. And a little tap foul off to the left by Lieber, who fouled out to third his first time. 5-2, the Phillies lead the Giants. Phillies got 3 in the first, 2 of them on Pat Burrell's home run over the center field wall. Another 2 runs in the second. Rollins and Utley knocked those runs in. Giants got a home run from Sweeney and an RBI sacrifice fly by Sweeney. Barry Bonds has been walked intentionally, singled, and scored a run in this game. Still sitting on 712 career home runs. And look at that. A worst-case scenario, facing a pitcher leading off the inning, walking it.
And we know Matt Morris hasn't been as sharp as he would like to be, John, but guess what? I mean, even when he's missing, he's keeping the ball down. He has not been getting the ball up. I mean, the balls that were hit, the ball that was up that was hit out of the ballpark wasn't really up. It was just a 3-1 pitch, and it was pretty much in the middle of the plate. But he's been keeping the ball down pretty well.
Now Jimmy Rollins. Called strike to Rollins, who has walked, stolen a base, scored a run. He has tripled a homer run and scored another run. So he's been right in the middle of the Phillies offense today. He's had a hand in 3 of their 5 runs. And that's his job. He's the igniter at the top of the order. After Rollins, that's when you get the power. Utley, Abreu, Burrell, Howard. And Aaron Rowan is showing a lot of power and RBI capability early on this year, too. So Rollins is the one guy at the top to get on and set the table for all those other sluggers who come up next, including that man, Chase Utley, who's on deck. And the breaking ball down and in. Nice save there by Matheny. 2 balls, 2 strikes. When you see this Phillies club, you look at the lineup, you see the bullpen, all the vast array of talent they've got. You look at them, you say, wow, this should be a really good team. There seems to always be some sort of a flaw. Sweeney, a bad throw to Vizquel, and it was going to be doubtful that they'd be able to turn it into a double play with Rollins running anyway, but they get the 1 out at second. 1 out, and Rollins aboard now. The Sunday Night Baseball home team advantage. Lowe's home team advantage. In the first 2 homestands, the Phillies only 5-10. They got outscored by 24 runs in those 15 games, but they are perfect on this homestand so far. They had their first sellout of the season last night. Chase Utley, Morris, and he goes through him. Phillies, and he got him. Rollins heading for third. There's nobody there. And he was safe at first base.
I think there needs to be an argument about this. I thought they had him at first base, so did Sweeney.
Felipe Alou, the Giants manager, is going to go out to talk to Rutherford. It is a hit for Chase Utley, and Jimmy Rollins went all the way around to third.
I hate to differ, but that can't be a hit. It went through the pitcher's legs. They can't score that a hit.
I'm not the scorer.
I know. I'm just saying that wasn't hit that hard. That ball can't. You can't just give hits away. This is the big leagues.
Matt Morris looked like he had a chance to try and start a double play.
Right. That's why I say you can't give a guy a hit on a ball. I mean, this is the big leagues. I know it's a home. Now watch, Matt Marsh gets in front of the ball. It goes right between his legs. This ball's not hit hard. Look at that. I mean, he starts to turn before he catches it. That can't be a base hit. And let's see it at first base. It looked like the ball goes right between his legs. And you see Sweeney thinks he has him at first base. I'm not so sure about that. That's a very close play because Sweeney didn't stretch out, but that definitely went between Matt Marsh's legs.
So now first and third, one out. Matt Morris, who in many ways tonight has been his own worst enemy with his lack of command, which is usually a key to his game and his success. He has not had that command. Now he does not pick up that little comebacker. And remember, the inning started when he walked John Lieber, the pitcher, who is not a good hitting pitcher either. Lieber, who was 0 for 11 this year, with 6 strikeouts. Rollins at third, Utley at first. Bobby Abreu, who is now hitting .400 this year with runners in scoring position. I keep expecting the official score to change that call, Joe, but he's insisting it was a base hit. Maybe he didn't see Morris involved in the play. He just happened to look up and see Feliz.
I mean, this is the big leagues. The ball can't go through your legs when it's hit that slowly and be considered a base hit.
Abreu has an RBI single tonight and a fly ball out. See the Phillies hitting only .245 as a team, but Abreu much better than that. So now the count 3-2 to Abreu. So we'll keep an eye on Utley at first base. With one out, he's running, right, Joe?
Well, you have to. I think Abreu is one of your better hitters. You go ahead and put him in motion and open up a hole for him. It's not so much as trying to stay out of the double play with him. You're trying to open up another hole, but someone has to cover.
He is running. Sweeney looks Rollins back to third and then takes the play at first. So Utley over to second base. Abreu does not get that run home this time. 2 down. Here is Pat Burrell. The chance for the Phillies to break this game wide open now.
Well, the one thing you have to think about if you're Matt Marsh is just what you're talking about. These 2 runs could, put it out of reach. So I'm going to have to make sure that I make good pitches to Burrell. I have to get Pat Burrell out. You know Ryan Howard's on deck, but you have first base open so you can pitch as tough as you want to Burrell.
And a curveball, and that may be an indicator of just how tough he plans to pitch him.
Well, he's trying to hit the outside edge with that curveball. He misses.
Burrell is the Phillies' home run and RBI leader. Runners at second and third, 2 down. And a slider in the dirt, 2-0. Now the problem is if you pitch around him, the guy on deck is not only a guy who can hit the ball out of the yard, but he's left-handed.
The problem is, like you said, though, if he lets these runs score, the game could be over. So you have to think about doing whatever you can to get Burrell out. And, of course, Facero is getting up maybe to pitch to Ryan Howard.
That curveball, he got the call. A low curveball for a strike, 2-1 the count. Felipe Alou's got his veteran lefty, Jeff Facero, getting ready out in the bullpen. This has been a night of trials and tribulation for Matt Morris. And that ball down and away, 3-1.
And he missed his location badly there.
bases are loaded for Ryan Howard, and Dave Righetti, the pitching coach, is going to go out to talk to Matt Morris.
That probably means that he's not coming out. Felipe Alou normally does the changes. Normally.
Well, one thing to keep in mind here is you see Facero, he's ready to go out there. Ryan Howard is 0 for 2 against Matt Morris tonight. He's handled him pretty well. He struck him out and got him to hit a ground ball to the first baseman. Ironically, Morris, who was a pitching star for the Cardinals for many, many years, and Ryan Howard used to root for him because he grew up in St. Louis at Cardinals fame. And now he's trying to send Matt Morris to the showers here. Rollins at third, Utley at second, and there is Burrell at first. 3 men on, 2 men out from the windup. Too high. Ryan Howard has had 2 grand slams in his young career, and not a very good record otherwise.
It'll get better. He's a good hitter.
Breaking ball, and the count is a ball and a strike. And I know we were looking at some tape of him this morning, Joe, hitting those home runs against the Giants, and we saw him from the side angle with that good look at the swing and his stride and everything. And you made the comment, says, wow, that kind of looked like Willie McCovey.
Yeah, he did. He reminded me a lot of McCovey right at contact.
Change up, down and away, 2-1 the count to Ryan Howard. He had 2 homers, second multi-home run game of his career here on Friday. That's shot foul. Now let's go back. These are the tape that you and I saw this morning, Joe, Friday night. The first one was a shot over the seats into the bullpen. Now look what he did with that one, to the opposite field. Did he swing? No. Check swing. Matheny knocked it down. Curveball in the dirt. And now it's a full count. 3-2.
Well, as funny as it seems, I don't think you can give in right here if you're Matt Morris. Even though you're down 5-2, you don't want to walk in a run, but you cannot just give in and give him a fastball in the middle of the plate.
The runners go. And he struck him out.
Curveball. Great pitch.
Phillies do not bust it wide open. Vizquel, Phillies, and Barry Bonds coming up with the Giants in the 6th. 5-2 Phillies.
Here's our graduating class of...
And our salesman of the year is Brian.
I heard you're starting your own business. This calls for a real celebration.
No matter how life changes, Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is there, giving you a number of ways to take charge of your health and gain peace of mind, knowing you and those you care about are protected with affordable coverage and hassle-free service. Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. The difference is blue.
Menards is the place where you'll always save big money on quality products for your home. Make painting easier with tools from Mr. Longarm. Choose from a great selection of extension poles, all 18% off. Give your home the look that lasts with Dutch Boy paint. Exterior DuraWeather provides a durable lifetime finish. Flat is on sale, $15.99 a gallon after rebate. Service, quality, selection, Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Got me chasing down and away last time.
We won't chase down and away again.
Turn on the inside.
Inside corner's mine.
Bear down.
Bear down.
Tipping the
Don't
pitch.
tip the pitch.
See the ball.
Get ahead in the count.
Arm slot.
Take him up
Paint
the
the
ladder.
corner. Turn on the
Think
pitch.
you can handle it? Catch up to it?
Give me the heat.
Here comes the heat.
Hit, pitch, and think like a pro with 2K Sports Inside Edge. Created by real big league scouts. Get it with Major League Baseball 2K6, the only MLB simulation on Xbox and Xbox 360. Rated E for everyone.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell. Welcome to Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. The red-hot Phillies, who won 7 in a row, leading the Giants 5-2. I'm John Miller with my Hall of Fame partner, Joe Morgan. The best ops I've ever seen in any broadcast booth. Barry Bonds, center stage tonight.
Let's
Joe.
take a look at this. This was what we were talking about with Barry Bonds before. And watch his front leg. See how it stays straight right there? That's perfect hitting position. But because in his foot, he can't maintain that pressure because of his right knee bothering him. So what does he do? He kind of releases it. And earlier in the year, he was releasing it too quickly, and therefore he wasn't able to generate the bat speed. Therefore, he couldn't cover balls out over the plate or drive the ball. Now he's staying there a little longer, but it still bothers him, so he comes off of it as quickly as he can after he makes contact. And when I talked to him today, he said that was part of his problem, lately, is that he can't keep the pressure on that front knee as long as he would like.
Omar Vizquel trying to get aboard in front of the Giants' power. Phillies on deck, then Bonds and Finley. And that's a foul. Remember, the Giants they've got Bonds in there, but they are without Moises Alou. Alou, in a freakish accident, suffered a severe sprained ankle, sprained right ankle here Friday night, and is on the disabled list now. The man who was hitting behind Bonds. Alou's off to a great start. He's actually leading the league in batting average this year.
Let's take a look at Barry earlier in this ball game, and you'll see what we're talking about with his front leg. Now watch his right leg, his front leg. It'll go straight and just stay there. He plants it. Look at that perfect hitting position right there on a low pitch, and he's able to stay there, and they got a base hit.
David Bell throws out Omar Vizquel, one away. Now Bonds comes out on deck as Phillies heads to the plate. Well, the Phillies are getting their biggest crowds of the year with Bonds and the Giants in town this weekend. So maybe Bonds brought out some extra fans, but what they've seen is this Phillies ball club playing great. That one hugging the foul line, and David Bell picks it up on the foul side of the line. Foul ball by Phillies. So you think if you're a Giants fan, what you're seeing from Bonds today would be reason for optimism.
Yeah, well, but the problem is, how will his knee feel tomorrow, John, or even later on in this ball game? Because as we mentioned, it gets tired as the game goes along, and once your leg is injured and it starts to get tired, it weakens as the game goes along. And he's done a lot of running in the outfield today, back and forth, chasing foul balls and fly balls. He's run from first to third. I mean, he's been on base twice, and that does take its toll on him during a ball game.
John Lieber to Phillies, strike two. John Lieber trying to get his season going, and the Phillies look to him to be one of their leaders on the staff. The fact that he was getting off to had gotten off to such a poor start was bad news, and the fans reacting. That foul ball went over to Barry Bonds. He grabbed it and then flipped it up to some fans in the seats.
And some fans are trying to get him to throw it back. Don't throw it back. You get a baseball.
Well, Phillies with a wild swing and a pitch up around his eyes. He's 0 for 3, and here comes Bonds. Has not hit a home run here this weekend. He has not hit a home run on this road trip with the Giants. This is the 5th game of the road trip. His mom, Pat Bonds, flew in from California to be with Barry tonight, and that is ball one. Willie Mays had planned to come in the day after his 75th birthday. Willie Mays turned 75 yesterday, and that's a dribbler foul by Bonds. 1 ball and 1 strike, but at the last minute, Willie Mays, they had a big party for him in San Francisco last night, and then he remembered that he had already committed to another party tonight. If Bonds were already at 7-14 or even 7-13, Willie would have sent in his regrets and made it here to Philly. That slider is too low from Lieber. Remember, he has tormented Bonds over the years. Even with his hit tonight, Bonds only 6 hits in 37 lifetime at-bats against Lieber. Whoa, what a shot. Where is it coming down? It hits the facing of the upper deck. And that is number 713. It's got to be one of the longest home runs this park has ever seen.
And a lot of the fans are standing, John. A lot of them are standing. And I told you I wouldn't be surprised if he did hit a home run in this game. That's Barry Bonds. That's the way he is. And it also helps that they're behind, so to speak, and he doesn't want to walk him, so he gives him a pitch to hit.
And it is 5-3 now, the Phillies lead. And here is Steve Finley. That's a strike. Man, that was a breathtaking, Ruthian clout.
You know, one thing I remember about the fans here in Philly, I played here one year, and they do know baseball. And, you know, he hit the home run, and they gave him a standing ovation.
David Bell, and he's got it, calling off Sal Fasano for the final out. But Barry Bonds, we'll look at that home run again when we come back. Number 713 is in the books. It is 5-3 Philadelphia.
When design impacts performance, performance returns the favor. The 6-speed, 298 horsepower G35. Behold, the shape of performance. Infinity, a line has been drawn. Now lease the Infinity G35 sedan for $359 per month.
Hi, Enterprise. I'm at the repair shop, and I need to rent a car.
At Enterprise, we'll arrange to pick you up free and get you on your way.
Nice save, Mom.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Best Buy's got cool gifts for every gift-giving occasion. From great wedding gifts to fun birthday gifts they're sure to love. Even cool gifts perfect for any graduate. And don't forget, Mom's Day is May 14th. This year, get her what she really wants, like a digital camera or camcorder. Buy one now and get up to a $75 gift card. Cool gifts for Mom, now at Best Buy.
That was an amazing win. How do you feel?
I feel great. I feel awesome.
A lot of people wrote you guys off early this year. Did you have any doubts?
No doubts. No doubts.
What's it like to be part of sports history?
I have no idea.
Can't find the words?
No, I'm not on the team. I'm just here for the Bud Light. I can get you one. There's a cooler right over here. Are you sure? Woo!
Refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
The way they work today.
Coach says, why pay more to stay somewhere else? Just slide into Motel 6. It's clean, comfortable, and always a steal. Good one, Coach.
We'll leave the light on for you. And a Accor Hotel.
Barry Bonds and John Lieber, they've been facing each other since back in 1994 when Lieber broke into the big leagues. Bonds having one of his best nights in all those years against Lieber tonight. A walk, a single, and a spectacular home run, number 713 for him, as Aaron Rowan leads off against Matt Morris hitting a foul down the left field line. 5-3 the score now. It's the first time in 7 years that Bonds has hit a home run against John Lieber. And, I mean, what an amazing home run that was.
It was, as you're using your word, majestic. That was a true big fly.
That one, I would have gone right over the head of the statue of William Penn in the famed City Hall in downtown Philly at the end of Broad Street there. 1-2 the count to Rowan, who has flied out to shallow left center and struck out. David Bell and Sal Fasano to foul. On the third base side, that is foul. Still 1-2.
Maybe Charlie Manuel knew what he was doing when he walked him in the first inning.
Yeah.
He said that he was getting close. I mean, he felt that way over this course of these, first 2 games. He said he's not that far away from hitting the ball hard on every occasion.
That ball is blasted way back in left center. Gone, a home run. So Aaron Rowan answers. The Phillies get that run right back. Number 6 for Rowan for his new ball club. 6-3 Philadelphia. Well, that was gone the moment he hit it, but the one Bonds hit, let's go back and revisit that one. An unbelievable homer in the top half of this inning. The changeup is inside to David Bell.
Well, it was a fastball from Lieber, and that ball got into the middle of the plate, and you can see Barry just turns on it. And again, you can see that front leg. He hits with pressure against it, and then he relieves it as soon as he can. But now he's relieving the pressure after he makes contact. See right there, look at that. That's a perfect swing right there. Now he hits the ball, and then you'll see him relieve the pressure on his right leg right there. He just can't. He doesn't want to leave it out there because it bothers him. But before, he was actually relieving the pressure too quickly, and that's why he wasn't hitting a lot of balls. And it may happen again, because when your knee hurts, sometimes you just try to adjust.
So we've had 4 home runs hit tonight, 2 by the Phillies, 2 by the Giants. The Phillies in this weekend series have hit 8 home runs against Giants pitching. The Giants have hit 4. 3-1 the count. Up the middle, base hit for David Bell. His second hit of the game. He doubled and started a 2-run second inning rally. Bonds with number 713 in the top half of the 6th.
And I mean, that's just not a good pitch from Lieber. I mean, that is a long, long home run. I mean, you can see that he's still, is not swinging like the Barry Bonds that we've seen, 2 and 3 years ago. But he's still good enough to make the adjustments.
Well, that was almost up in the Big Mac land there, Joe. And his mom, Pat Bonds, was very excited to see Barry Bonds at number 713. Meanwhile, the Phillies had a rugged night for Matt Morris, and he's gone. Jeff Facero coming in. The Phillies lead the Giants 6-3. We'll come right back.
All-season radio tires, anti-lock brakes, electronic stability control. They made everything about the automobile safer, except the driver. Introducing the Safe Driving Bonus, new from Allstate. With cash off your renewal bill for every 6 months you don't have one of these. It's time to make the world a better place to drive. That's Allstate, Stan. Are you in good hands?
Whoops.
With the Emerald Club, you can bypass the counter, choose your own car, and get an e-receipt. National. Green means go.
This is Paul.
Guys on the house.
He backtests moving averages differently than Raj, who drags and drops nothing like Ann, who trades options a lot more often than Hal, who places conditional orders differently than George, who celebrates in his own special way. And thanks to Fidelity Active Trader Services, they all get power, price, service, no compromises.
Let's go.
Trading with Fidelity. Smart move.
America's energy needs are constantly changing. And when the need arises, it's good to know there's a company out there that can quickly react. Citgo. With the backing of Petroleus de Venezuela, we can provide resources in a matter of days versus weeks or months. Citgo. Energy now and for the road ahead.
43-year-old Jeff Facero on to pitch for the Giants in relief of Matt Morris with a runner at first, nobody out. Phillies batting in the last of the 6th, leading 6-3. And you see Facero's number, and like many of the Giants bullpenners, not very good.
Yeah, 7.53 will get you hurt, or at least your infielders might get hurt.
Sal Fasano is the hitter, and David Bell back to first base. Aaron Rowan led off this inning. We have a sort of a backlog of home run replays here, Joe. And if they hit a couple more in quick succession here, we'll have to spend the next 3 or 4 innings just trying to show their previous home runs. Facero to Fasano. A pop foul coming back in our direction and right down below in the second deck. Strike one to Fasano. So Matt Morris 5+ innings against the Phillies. First time he'd ever pitched in this park. 6 runs, 8 hits allowed. And David Bell also is his responsibility at first base. In the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike now to Fasano. John Lieber, the pitcher, on deck. But right now the Phillies, I mean, if you don't pitch well, they're going to hit. And sometimes even if you pitch well, they're going to hit. Last night, Jamie Wright pitched pretty well for the Giants here and took a loss. Phillies only had 4 runs, 6 hits, but their staff shut down Bonds and the Giants. There's David Bell. He's had 2 hits tonight. That ball is hit a mile foul. Wow. That's into the 4th level to get 5 different seating levels in this park. That was into number 4. And of course, Joe, I know you don't care. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm sort of a connoisseur of those foul ball big flies, Joe. Foul flies. The big foul. 2-2 the count. Jeff Facero, who pitched pretty well for the Giants last year, as both a starter and a sometimes starter and middle reliever. 3-2 the count. So Lieber on deck. Phillies 3 in the first, 2 in the second, 1 so far here in the 6th on the Aaron Rowan home run. And they lead 6-3, trying for their 8th straight win. And back to the back, David Bell. Right now, the Phillies with 8 wins in a row. The San Diego Padres won their 8th in a row today as they beat the Cubs. The Arizona Diamondbacks had a 7-game winning streak themselves, but they lost today to the Cincinnati Reds 9-8. And Fasano draws a walk. All right, Aaron Rowan led off this inning, responding to the Bonds home run with this one.
Well, it seemed like every time Morris threw a fastball, especially when he was behind in the count, they hit it hard someplace, and this one goes out of the ballpark. And you can see Barry just turned and looked at it. He didn't chase it.
Aaron Rowan, after he hit that home run, came right by our Peter Gammons downstairs. Peter.
Well, it was kind of funny. He said curveball, curveball, curveball. Every pitcher all night. Curveball. Finally got a fastball. It was the most compact swing he's had all year. Very happy to see a fastball, Joe.
Showing Bunt Lieber, he takes it. The Giants had the rotation play on with the third and first baseman both charging the plate. And now the third base coach Dancy will go in and speak to Lieber. See, I don't think that should be allowed. I know we're talking Barry Bonds and home runs. The Phillies are hot, but I don't see why. What, you got the coach's box. If the guy doesn't get the sign, well, you're just a bad team, right?
Well, you know, my peeve is the step to third and throw to first. So,
yeah. That shouldn't be allowed either.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to change either one, so we'll just deal with it.
Although I'm not against it because it hurts base stealers. I just think it's boring.
Right.
I mean, it almost never works. This time Facero wheeling and bluffing Bell back to second base, although nobody was there except for Bell.
Well, there are times, you know, when you put the wheel play on and the guy at second base can get a good enough jump, and he can actually beat the shortstop to third base if he steals the base. I don't think they'll try it in this case, but I mean, if the shortstop comes over here, he can race him to third base.
Because the second baseman is going to first base.
Exactly.
Lieber is not bunting, and he swings and misses.
And they took the play off, I think.
Although Vizquel was kind of bluffing.
Yeah, he was
the
bluffing.
play was still
well,
up.
and that's what you do. One time you put the play on, next time you might bluff and try to get them to swing away and hit into a double play.
Jimmy Rollins did that same thing last night. When Giants pitcher Jamie Wright was up in this same kind of a spot. And Wright squared the butt, and he saw Rollins take off for third. Rollins stopped, but Wright brought the bat back and grounded one right to Rollins for a double play. Yeah. And that was a key play early in that game.
Well, I think that's one of the things you can do out of the wheel play to keep them from knowing exactly what you're doing. They're running again, and he's swinging, but then the whole middle of the infield was open then.
So if he hit one just past the pitcher somewhere, it was going to be a hit. But he did not hit it at all. Lucero with the strikeout. One away.
Let's take a look here. Now watch the whole middle of this field is open now. Look at that. Everyone's in different spots. The whole middle of the field was open, but he couldn't make contact.
Phillies was right in on top of him from third base. Kind of happy, I'm sure, that he actually swung and missed. And he was that close. Here is Jimmy Rollins, and that one bounces away from Matheny. The runners would advance.
You know, when a team is not going well, little things seem to hurt them, and the other team takes advantage of it. I mean, you strike the pitcher out so he doesn't accomplish what you want, and then one pitch later, they're at second and third anyway.
Yep, there they go.
But that's what happens when things aren't going well, and just the opposite. The Phillies are playing well, things are going in their favor, and so they're getting breaks. But you have to make your own breaks.
Now, I don't know if that ball bounced in front of Matheny or not, but the official scorer has ruled it a pass ball. A very rare pass ball against Matheny, who was the Gold Glover behind the plate last year for the Giants for the 4th time in his career. 2-0 the count to Jimmy Rollins. And Rollins is not your complete idea of a leadoff man, because he's got some pop.
Yeah.
He's not up there bunting and hitting little flares and whatnot. He's not the Brett Butler type leadoff man. You have to be very careful with him, or he'll launch one out of the park. Rollins has 4 home runs this year. 2-1 the count to Jimmy Rollins. Runners at second and third. The Giants have the infield in all the way around. Rollins, as you see how they're playing it, has had a hand in 3 of the Phillies' 6 runs. They lead 6-3. Bell at third, Fasano at second. In the dirt, saved that time by Matheny. May have saved a run. Three and 1 the count. The Giants will have an all-night flight tonight back to San Francisco, and they'll have a game tomorrow night at home against Houston, a makeup game from a rainout. That's foul over into the Giants dugout. 3-2 to Rollins. Felipe Alou and company, this veteran Giants ball club, I mean, one of the oldest clubs in the big leagues, if not the oldest. And they're not even scheduled to land until about 5 o'clock Pacific time tomorrow morning. 3-2 the count. A splitter in the dirt, and he walks it. And now they are loaded for the left-handed batting Utley. He's walked 2 of the 3 since he came in. They've got the Astros makeup game, and they're going to face Roy Oswalt of the Astros tomorrow night in San Francisco. Then the Cubs come in for 3, and then the Dodgers over the weekend. They're longtime arch rivals, and then they go to Houston. And the last time they had an off day was April 27th. By the time they finish up in Houston in a week and a half, they'll have played 20 consecutive days. Which already means, you know, is Barry Bonds even going to be able to play tomorrow night?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I mean, we'll see how his knee feels tomorrow.
Bonds at 713 homers. Tomorrow it's Oswalt. He's done well against Oswalt, including 1 home run. Sean Hill, the young lefty we saw on Sunday Night Baseball earlier this year. He's never faced him. Carlos Zambrano. In fact, Sean Marshall is the guy I'm thinking of. Hill. That's Rich Hill. Sean Marshall we saw.
Yeah, the left-hander.
Yeah. And Rich Hill. Barry's never seen him. We've never seen him. Well, Jeff Facero's got nowhere to put Utley, but he is behind him on the count. 1 ball, no strikes. And Utley has been wearing out the Giants this weekend. 3 homers, 6 RBIs. He's 2 for 3 in this game with a run batted in. And again, the Phillies with a shot here to just put the Giants away. Kevin Correa, the right-hander, up in the bullpen. Chase Utley, who hit a second deck home run here on Friday. Popped up. The infield fly rule in effect, so he's already out on Phillies. So that is out number 2. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan. It's ESPN Sunday Night Baseball. 6-3, the Phillies leading the Giants, and Barry Bonds. And Barry Bonds is back dormant the rest of this road trip, and he unloaded against John Lieber, hitting the facing of the upper deck in right field. And puts him 1 home run behind Babe Ruth on the all-time home run list. 713 homers in his long career. Bonds earlier had a single and a run scored and was walked intentionally his first time up. But after the homer, Aaron Rowand homered in this inning. The Phillies lead 6-3. They got the bases loaded, 2 out. And here is their veteran number 3 man in the order, Bobby Abreu. So Bonds 1 back of the Babe, still 42 back of Henry Aaron on the all-time list. 1-1 to Abreu, 1 for 3 in the game. And Facero's slider taken, a ball and a strike. And Joe, I thought Peter Gammons made a good assessment earlier in the telecast when he talked about this Bonds home run chase sort of being a joyless affair, and Bonds himself saying as much. But I thought there were a few smiles cracked around the ballpark when they saw Barry Bonds hit one. It was one of the longest home runs ever hit in this ballpark.
And some of the fans gave him a standing ovation when he was trotting around the bases. In fact, a lot of the fans did.
Peter Gammons down by the dugout saw it. Peter?
Well, you know, it's interesting. The Phillies players were still staring up there at the McDonald's sign, you know, halfway in between innings. So everybody enjoys seeing it in their own way. I mean, and the respect of the opposing players is what really struck me being down here.
Well, and I think it is controversial to say the least. Bonds himself, who seems to be a symbol of the so-called steroids era in Major League Baseball. But that was truly something to see. I think a lot of people will be happy to report that they were there to see it. 3-2 now to Bobby Abreu, who leads the league in walks. So 3 men on: David Bell, Sal Fasano, and Jimmy Rollins. All 3 ready to go on anything here, and they'll be running with this pitch. Everybody standing here at Citizens Bank Park. There they go. And back to the screen.
That was something up. And he's lucky to get that one back. Let's take a look at Verizon Business K-Zone. Look at that, pretty much right in the middle of the plate. Ooh. And again, he's lucky to get that one back.
Abreu will try it again. 3-2. 3 runners on. There they go. And he walks to force in a run. So 5 batters faced by Facero, and he has walked 3 of them, forcing in a run. 7-3, the Phillies lead now. The bases are still loaded. Pat Burrell coming up, and Kevin Correa, the young right-hander, will come in to face him when we come back.
Hey, it's Mike and Stacy. Leave a message.
Hey, guys. I keep calling.
You're never there.
Hey, where are you guys?
Hello? Anybody home? Hello?
Get lost in your own backyard. The Home Depot makes it easy. Right now, get up to a $200 gift card by mail-in rebate with any patio furniture, grill, or lawn and garden power purchase of $199 or more.
The Home Depot. You can do it, we can help.
I save 50% on my phone bill.
Vonage is $24.99 a month.
For local and long-distance calling.
It's a better home phone service.
Voicemail, caller ID, call waiting are all included in the price.
The voice quality is great.
I can keep my same phone and phone number.
Vonage has low international rates.
It's easy.
Join now and get unlimited local and long distance for just $24.99 a month. Plus 1 month free.
Call 1-800-901-4783.
Why blend in when you can stand out? Introducing Mercury Milan, the mid-size sedan that goes its own way. Milan is definitely a cut above. It's a blast to drive. Whew, who knew you could have this much fun and get 32 miles per gallon highway? Milan is the mid-size car you've been waiting for. And now you can lease Milan for just $219 a month. You gotta put Mercury on your list. It's
Bonds has hit his 713th career home run tonight in Philadelphia. His mom, Pat Bonds, was here to see it. But meanwhile, for the Phillies, just a minor annoyance as they so far are looking pretty good on their way toward victory number 8 in succession. And there's Pat Bonds, Barry's mom.
And Larry Baer, of the Giants front office,
executive vice president. Here's Pat Burrell, bases loaded. Kevin Correa throws him a called strike. Correa, who pitched 2 innings here in Friday's ball game. Burrell's got 4 grand slams in his career. Phillies all over the bases. Fasano, Rollins, and Abreu. Missed badly with that one. 1 ball, 1 strike. And the 43-year-old Facero, struggling this year already, came in, faced 5 hitters, and walked 3 of them, including a bases-loaded walk to Abreu. 1-1 the count. Burrell takes low and in. 2-1 the count now. Matt Morris, who pitched 5+ innings tonight in the foreground, and there's Jeff Facero, who came out in relief, sitting just behind him. 7-3, the Phillies lead. Burrell trying to bust this one wide open now in the 6th. In the dirt, Matheny,
nice job,
somehow knocked that one down.
Or it caught him. Either way, he kept it in front of him because that bounced out in front of the plate there. See, that ball bounces way out in front of the plate.
With the bases loaded, and he walks in a run.
You know, and nothing is more frustrating to a manager than to watch his pitchers walk in runs in this situation. And remember, they had closed the gap. Barry Bonds' home run had closed the gap to 5-3. And so you still felt like you had a shot at getting back in this ball game, and you give up a home run to Rowan, and then you've walked in 2 runs. So 3 more runs added to that 5, and now you're in the hole again.
And here's Ryan Howard, who's got a chance with the bases loaded and 2 down with a 2nd straight inning. The fastball misses. Howard struck out to end the 5th inning with the bases loaded. Rollins at 3rd, Abreu at 2nd, Burrell at 1st. Burrell got the RBI, his 3rd of the game. Fastball to the outside.
Good location with that fastball, running away from Howard. Because I think Howard was trying to match Barry in distance in right field on that swing.
So he was going for the big fly.
Yeah, I think, yeah, he was taking his shot there.
Slider. Sweeney's got it, and he'll take it himself. But the Phillies get 3. Now to the 7th inning. It is 8-3. The Phillies on top.
Hello, Mr. Hunt. We'd like to offer you the chance to win an all-expense-paid trip to Rome, Italy.
I have to go away again on business.
What are you not telling me?
What else you got?
Rated PG-13, now playing in theaters everywhere.
At what point does a car do more than take you from point A to point B? When does it come to life? When does it become your co-conspirator? When does a car become more than just a car? Introducing the all-new 268 horsepower Toyota Camry. It's time to move forward.
Your business is on the move, and we're there for you every step of the way. We are Verizon Business. We're there for you with a global IP network that is flexible and secure. A network you can access how and where you need it. There with the expertise to help design and manage your most critical data solutions end to end. And at Verizon Business, we're there for you in the most important way, with a dedicated team that's personally and passionately committed to your success. People who are accountable for making it all work for you. Global capability with personal accountability. That works. Verizon Business.
Got the show tonight. Game time. Let's do this thing.
John Lieber trying to win his 2nd in a row. He got his first win of the year last Tuesday. And he's got an 8-3 lead with which to work as we start the 7th inning. Mark Sweeney, who's driven in 2 of the Giants' 3 runs tonight, 1 with a home run, leads it off. Sweeney, the rookie Kevin Franzen, and then Mike Matheny, the former Cardinal, the catcher, coming up here. 8-3. The Phillies are on top. The Phillies averaging 6.5 runs a game roughly during their winning streak. Slider spins in there for a called strike. The Mets lost today to Atlanta. They were 5 games up going in. The Mets are coming here to start a 3-game set on Tuesday. Jimmy Rollins. And there is one away. John Lieber, a big man of this staff, and Peter, he had been having problems before tonight.
Well, he had, John. One of the things was, you know, with runners on base, when he was working out of the stretch, he gave the batting average, I guess, was almost 100 points higher. The OPS almost 200 points higher. And what they said, all the coaches, that he was just trying to be too quick to the plate at times and making some bad pitches. Told him just go throw all the time as if, you know, there's nobody on. And you saw in the first, the third, and the 4th innings, he got runners on base and never got into any further trouble.
Well, that's true, and he got another one on here as he hits Kevin Franzen with that pitch. Franzen, who his favorite player when he was a kid, Craig Biggio.
And he's emulating him by getting hit.
He just got hit for the 5th time. He's only playing in his 10th big league game.
And he played for San Jose State. He was in local down in the Bay Area.
Grew up a Giants fan.
Yeah.
Here is Mike Matheny, who's flied out deep to right center and struck out in this game. And that is ball 1 to Matheny.
I don't want to rain on John Lieber's parade, but the Giants aren't exactly a hitting machine right now.
Yeah.
And
Moises Alou gone.
Yeah.
That's down the left field line. And Matheny's got himself a base hit. It will roll into the corner. Burrell lumbering after it. Franzen all the way to third. Going to be waved home by Gene Glenn. And he will score all the way from first on the double by Matheny. And it is 8-4 Phillies.
Let's look at the Verizon Business K-Zone. Let's take a look at where the location. Well, it's in the middle of the plate, but it's down. A nice swing there by Matheny. Pulls it down into the corner and gets the Giants 1 run closer.
Now Lance Niekro pinch hitting for Kevin Correa here in the 7th. Niekro's always been a highly touted prospect for the Giants out of their minor league system. He had injury problems at times that impeded his progress, but he's here in the big leagues now, and he's not hitting. In a terrible slump. And more of the same here. A pop-up caught by Ryan Howard. Niekro hitting only .205. And he's only had a couple of hits in his last 30 at-bats or so now.
And Johnny hit well enough last year to let him know that they could, or think that they could get rid of JT Snow, because he did have some success last year, meaning Niekro.
Scott Munter up in the Giants bullpen, the right-hander. So Niekro had a runner out there in the scoring position, but very quickly is dispatched here by John Lieber on a little pop-up. So the miseries continue for Niekro, the son of your old teammate.
Yeah, Joe.
And the nephew of Hall of Famer Phil Niekro. Yeah.
Two knuckleballers.
I guess you could say, though, as bad as it's gone for him offensively, still a better hitter than either one of those guys.
Well, Joe might argue with you, but I agree with you. But Joe might argue with you. Joe thought he could really hit. Yeah. In fact, I remember when I was playing with Joe in Houston, he wanted to pinch hit for me a couple of times against left-handed pitchers.
For you?
Yeah, he could really hit, though.
Well, let me see. What was his OPS?
I don't know, but he could hit. he actually was a good hitter.
Now, by the way, Peter Gammons has used that phrase tonight. That's really an in vogue statistic.
Yeah.
And it's used by general managers and people all around baseball. And it's simply the on-base percentage added to the slugging percentage.
Correct.
Which are two very important statistics. I think you had some pretty good OPS numbers, Joe, in your prime.
Yeah, but I still like to separate them personally. So, you know, on-base percentage I equate one way, and slugging percentage I equate another. But they have combined them now to tell you, you know, a guy's worth or OPS.
A quick way of doing it.
Yeah, it is.
Joe, you were really good, but there's one thing about it, and Joe, you're right. When you're up at the top of the order, it's very hard to concentrate on that slugging percentage. You were stealing 70 bases a year.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that when you're up at the top, the old base percentage is more important, so to speak, than the slugging percentage. When you're in the middle of the order, then the slugging percentage is the most important. So that's why I like to separate them. But I understand. I mean, it's modern, you know.
And one thing that you didn't understand at that time, stealing is overrated.
Yeah, they have been trying to tell me that for a lot of years, and I'm still not convinced, right?
No, but frankly, you know, and you could argue about it. I mean, sometimes it's not a good play.
Yeah.
The harm is worth more than the risk. The risk, yeah. But Ryan Howard takes it, and Randy Wynn is 0 for 4. But I'm going to tell you the real story on that when we come.
Yeah, we will.
People everywhere are experiencing a breakthrough.
Let us observe my client after eating a spicy chicken burrito. I was full. And what were you full of? Great taste, fullness, and great taste from a value menu. I do believe I rest my case.
Taco Bell's Big Bell Value Menu, featuring the spicy chicken burrito with shredded chicken simmered in Mexican spices to keep your stomach and your wallet full. Think outside the bun.
You've always been competitive. Staying active and fit helps you maintain your regimen. That's why you choose GNC's Mega Men Sport Multivitamin. It provides balanced nutrition and energy support with essential nutrients in a proprietary sports blend for optimal health and athletic performance. Our best-selling formula is enhanced with antioxidants, prostate, and heart support to keep your body running at its peak. That's why at GNC, we believe a quality life starts from within. Live well.
9,000 feet, adjust heading 20 degrees right to 150, and we're on track for Corsica.
On April 6th, an LR3 navigated a plane from Nice to Corsica. Find out how at LandRoverUSA.com. Designed for the extraordinary, the LR3 by Land Rover.
New Cheez-It Crisps. So much real cheese baked right in, yet so small, light, and crispy. People are wondering,
how does Cheez-It do it?
Well, they had 2 trucks. Crisps!
New Cheez-It Crisps. Big cheese that's bite-sized, crispy, and light. Get your own bag.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. Brought to you by Best Buy. Thousands of possibilities. Get yours. And refreshingly smooth Bud Light. Always worth it.
I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan and Peter Gammons, Sam Ryan. Peter Gammons in the 7th inning stretch. Peter, take it.
Well, this is my happy birthday to Willie Mays. I mean, I grew up with him as, in my mind, the greatest player that I ever saw. We saw in the 1954 World Series his brilliant defense, his steal of second base in the 10th inning of Game 1 that set up Dusty Rhodes' home run, the incredible power, 660 home runs. He was in every All-Star game from 54 through 73. And Henry Aaron once said, you know what? Every night you saw Willie Mays, you had a chance to see something you never saw before. I believe that he played in the Sports Center era. He would have let it 4 or 5 nights a week. One of the great things, and Joe understands this, he played as if he was our 12-year-old with all that joy. Well, last summer at Cooperstown, before the induction ceremony, he walked up, handed me a baseball. He said, asked me if I'd sign it. And I looked at it and I said, I can't. I'm not a Hall of Fame player. These are all players. He looked at me and he said, you know what? You're one of us. And if you don't sign it, I'll give you a good swift kick in the pants. Well, he also has the ability to make some of us feel like 12-year-olds as well.
Well, you're exactly right, because, you know, I grew up in the Bay Area idolizing Willie Mays. And so all the things you say, and one of the greatest thing ever happened to me is my rookie year. After I played the last month of the season, I went home, and Willie invited me over to his home to hang out with him for a day. And he gave me sweaters and stuff. They were 2 sizes too big for me, but I took them anyway because they were coming from Willie Mays. So, I mean, he is truly, you know, an icon of this game. And Barry Bonds is quickly becoming one also.
Willie Mays, he could do everything that a player could do on the field, right, and do it extremely well.
You know, I've come to the conclusion, John, and I've always said, you know, Willie Mays is the greatest player I've ever seen. And then I started to think about how great Hank Aaron is and was. And I say that Hank Aaron is the greatest living hitter. You know, Willie Mays is the greatest living player now.
Aaron Rowan with a base hit on the right field line against Scott Munter, who's come on to pitch for the Giants now. Hank Aaron, #1 for home runs, #1 runs driven in, #1 extra base hits, 3rd all-time in base hits, and 4th all-time in runs scored.
And remember, John, Peter Pasquarella gave us this note that Babe Ruth and Hank Aaron had the identical number of runs scored, 2174. Isn't that ironic that they both scored 2,174 runs? Hank, of course, is far and far ahead of everybody in RBIs. We all talk about the home runs all the time, but the RBIs, run production, is what the game is all about. And he drove in far more runs than anybody else. They weren't even close.
And he drove himself in 755 times, right?
Well, that leads to that other point we're making about OPS and OB, on base percentage. The guys that lead in run scores were Ricky Henderson and Ty Cobb. Ricky Henderson, of course, stole a lot of bases. Ty Cobb stole a lot of bases. So maybe the stolen base was worth something, because it did help you score runs.
Yeah. Well, as you've pointed out many times, there are guys who stole a lot of bases, right, and then there were base stealers,
right, exactly.
And the difference being simply, when you need a steal, you know, it's a tie game, you're down by a run in 7th, 8th inning, everybody in the world knows, as Dave Roberts in the League Championship Series against Mariano Rivera and the Yankees. They all knew he was going to steal, and yet he still stole it.
Right.
Into right field, that's going to fall, base hit. So Again, the Giants, whose bullpen has been tattered and torn early on this year, and they're getting roughed up again. Scott Munter, a sinker baller who, as a rookie last year, was very impressive for the Giants, but that ball not sinking so much
No,
this
it
year.
isn't. John, and you know, since we're talking about history, Barry Bonds is the only player in the history of the game to have 500 home runs and 500 stolen bases. So, I mean, that's quite a feat as well.
There are only 4 players with 300 and 300 of
you
each.
mentioned, yeah. But 500, I mean, that's kind of the magical number.
And the bunt, and the ball fouls off the catcher, Matheny. Fasano showing bunt there. David DeLucci, a left-handed hitter, has come out on deck, so apparently we've seen the last of pitcher John Lieber. He's due up next, but there's DeLucci, so he's going to apparently come up as a pinch hitter, and so Fasano is trying to bunt these runners over. Rowand at second, Bell at first. Barry Bonds has at least one more at bat coming in the Giants' 8th inning. He'll be due up third. 8-4, the Phillies with the lead. There's the bunt. Phillies, and that is Franzen covering. Fasano gets it done. Rowand over to third base, Bell over to second. And now DeLucci will come up. John Lieber was one of the first to congratulate Fasano when he got back.
Well, his job is to put the ball down the third baseline, force the third baseman to field it, and he does a good job, and he moves the runners over. Phillies has to field it. The only play is to first, and he accomplishes what he set out to do.
Here's DeLucci, who hit 29 home runs for the Texas Rangers last year, but got traded late in spring training to the Phillies this year, and has hardly played in Philadelphia. And when he has played, he had not hit very well. Only 4 for 26. Giants infield is in. They're already down by 4 runs. Their hopes fading quickly in this one. A foul tip. By the way, Joe, you're talking about some of the all-time great players in the game there. And Aaron, Mays, Ruth, Cobb, Ricky Henderson. And the San Francisco Chronicle did a beautiful feature yesterday about one of the all-time greats who, because of circumstances beyond his control, doesn't get put in that conversation, and should be by all rights from everybody who saw him play or played with him or against him. And I'm talking about Josh Gibson, the great player from the old Negro Leagues, excluded from big league play. Barry Bonds himself went to the Negro League Museum, Buck O'Neill's museum in Kansas City 3 years ago, and said afterward that he said, you know, I'm not really the home run record holder. In my heart, that distinction belongs to Josh Gibson. The Homestead Grays, the Pittsburgh Crawfords. And you get arguments about just how many home runs he really did hit. Record keeping was not good. Some of those home runs came in non-league games because a lot of the Negro League teams, especially the famous ones, barnstormed around the country and played semi-pro teams and local teams and whatnot as they came into a city for a while. But Monty Irvin, one of your fellow Hall of Famers, Joe, a great player in his own right, and he played with Willie Mays, he played against Henry Aaron, but also played against Josh Gibson and knew all about Josh Gibson. DeLucci deep into center field, plenty deep enough to get Rowand home from third. Finley, both runners tag up. So Rowand comes in to score. 9-4 Philadelphia, and over to third base goes David Bell. Sac fly for DeLucci. So he gets it done. Monty Irvin talking about Josh Gibson. And I think you can see the quote for yourself. I played with Willie Mays and against Hank Aaron. They were tremendous players, but they were no Josh Gibson. He's the best hitter I've ever seen. He would come to the plate and you would be in awe. Here now is Jimmy Rollins, and that's a drive foul off the left field line. Rollins has 2 walks, a triple. He's driven home a run and scored 2.
And the great Buck O'Neill storyteller, he tells the story that he heard this sound once coming from the, in the ballpark, and he ran in to see who it was, and it was Babe Ruth. He said he didn't hear that sound again for a lot of years, and he finally heard it again. He rushed in to see who it was. It was Josh Gibson. He said those are the only 2 times he'd ever heard that sound coming from a bat meeting the ball, was Josh Gibson and Babe Ruth. I don't know if he ever heard Barry's explosion. If he'd have been here tonight, he might have heard the explosion on the one he hit on that upper deck there. It might have had a similar sound that Babe and Josh made.
Well, as Monty Irvin said about Josh Gibson, he said Josh couldn't understand why we didn't get the chance to play in the major leagues. We played with the same ball, the same bat, the same everything. It's almost a crime. Many major league fans never got a chance to see him.
Yeah, and I think that is probably that's a good statement and a good point.
To second base, Kevin Franzen, and he throws out Rollins. But the Phillies add another run. Now they're going to their bullpen. Vizquel, Feliz, and Barry Bonds, 1 home run away from Ruth, coming up.
It's been 4 years now since Tracy Shoaf was diagnosed with cancer. Before that, a big decision was movie or card game. It still is. Trinity, a better experience.
Family sharing has never been easy. At least now sharing minutes is with iWireless. Now get 50% off the first 3 months of all iWireless nationwide shared plans. Save even more with free mobile-to-mobile calling and unlimited nights and weekends. Add lines for just $9.99 each. Plus, get up to 5 Nokia phones for just a penny each. Or choose from Motorola or Sony Ericsson camera phones from only $29.95. Family sharing made easy. Hello! Thanks to iWireless.
Chevy offers more vehicles with OnStar than any other brand. If your airbag goes off, OnStar can contact help. Hands-free calling means OnStar lets you keep your hands on the wheel and your eyes on the road. And with OnStar Vehicle Diagnostics, hundreds of checks are performed on your Chevy every month. And OnStar emails you the results. Chevy has all of this. Not Ford, not Dodge, not Toyota. Chevy with OnStar. That's an American revolution.
An important lesson I learned is to never give up.
Major League Baseball and the Boys and Girls Clubs of America teach kids the importance of never giving up.
Home run, Big Papi spikes again!
Big kid, big effort, big smile. I guess that's why they call me Big Papi.
Major League Baseball is a proud sponsor of the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. Together, they create a positive place for kids.
Sunday Night Baseball, the Phillies 9, the Giants 4, and Barry Bonds due up third here in the 8th inning. And there's the new Philadelphia pitcher, a former teammate of Barry Bonds, Aaron Foltz, pitched for the Giants for several years. So Foltz on a relief of Lieber, who went 7 innings and gave up 4 runs and 6 hits. And Foltz misses a little bit low for ball 1. And the Phillies bullpen has been pitching real well in this series and for most of this season. Foltz comes in 3.24 ERA. Real Cormier, one of the other left-handers, has not yet allowed a run this year. Flash Gordon is the closer with 10 saves and only has allowed 1 run all year. So they've been really tough to beat when they've taken a lead into the late innings, that's for sure. There's Shane Victorino, a defensive replacement for Pat Burrell in left field. Burrell had 3 RBIs tonight. Off the leg. Picked up. No, Bell overran it. So Vizquel gets an infield hit. Feliz coming up. Bonds will come out on deck. And we're going to go to the studio to John Buccigross for a SportsCenter 30 at 30 update.
Good news for the Pistons. They win Game 1 against the Cavaliers, and Ben Wallace, the AP reports, will be named Defensive Player of the Year. Steve Nash officially named the MVP of the year for the 2nd consecutive season. And Joe and John, you'll be glad to know the San Jose Sharks won Game 1 of their series against the Edmonton Oilers. Full details on SportsCenter after the game, ESPN News Now, or your mobile ESPN alert phone.
Well, Joe Thornton.
Yeah. Those are my two teams, the Sharks and the Devils.
The Devils?
Yeah. New Jersey Devils. Those are my two teams.
Your old friend, the late John
McMullen, used to own them.
And so you used to be able to get good seats for the Stanley Cup
I still
playoffs.
can.
Pedro Phillies 0 for 3. Barry Bonds on deck. 9-4. The Phillies lead the Giants. So Bonds now 1 home run away from 714. Babe Ruth, when he hit his 714th and final home run, it was his 3rd home run of the game. It was May the 25th, 1935. He was playing for the Braves, which ironically was the team that Henry Aaron hit most of his home runs with many years later. 2-1 the count. Fultz is up and away with a changeup. 3-1 now.
Remember, John, in '73, Aaron ended with 713. Well, in '74, he started his season. Opening day was always in Cincinnati. We played the first game before anyone else played. And in his first at bat, he hit a home run to tie Babe Ruth. Against Jack Billingham, opening day. And I remember I was at second base, and I was really so proud of the fact that, you know, he had done this. And he came by second base. We made eye contact, and I kind of nodded. But and I've always wondered, should I have done more, you know?
You mean like shaking his hand?
Yeah, or something. But I just didn't think I should do that for embarrassing my teammate.
So here comes Bonds.
And the delay is because they have to change the baseballs.
The balls are marked, especially marked, so they're put in play only when Bonds is at the plate.
In fact, they had the guy that caught 713. They were interviewing him next door when I went out a few seconds ago to get a soft drink.
So here is Bonds against his old teammate, Aaron Fultz, against whom he has never hit a home run. A mighty cut back to the screen.
Well, that pitch there in tight is still not his favorite pitch to hit. And that was the location was pretty good. Fastball up and in.
Bonds has only 1 at bat against Fultz. That was the other night here, and Fultz struck him out. Slider low and outside, and camera flashes all around Citizens Bank Park. And they've been doing them all weekend, and yet you can't help but feel that most of these folks would love to see number 714 in person. And the slider, a little over anxious perhaps. The last time a player hit number 714 was the one you're talking about. Henry Aaron. That was 32 years ago. Two and 2. And of course, the Babe hit number 714 on May the 25th, 1935, 71 years ago. And he struck him out. Fultz gets him again for the 2nd time this weekend.
Well, you know what? I finally would admit, because I've watched Barry play a long time. I've never seen him that anxious in an at-bat. And I think that played in. I think Fultz played into him. It gave him a good pitch to hit. Then breaking balls after breaking. Every other pitch was a slider or a cut fastball. And I've just not seen Barry do that before. But, you know, hey, the pressure of the moment. Now all the fans are leaving, John. All the ones that came.
Yeah, look at this mass exodus from Citizens Bank Park.
Yeah.
The Phillies ahead 9-4. It's a work day tomorrow, a school day tomorrow. They saw Bonds. He did not hit number 714, and they're heading home. That's out of play down the right field line. Bonds hit his 500th home run in San Francisco against the Dodgers. Number 600 in San Francisco against the Pirates. Number 660 when he tied his godfather, the great Willie Mays, and 661 when he moved ahead of Mays in San Francisco. And 2 years ago when he hit number 700, that was in San Francisco against Jake Peavy and the Padres. The Giants are heading home now, and there's Bonds sort of almost berating themselves. Yeah. And he strikes out Finley too. He strikes out the side. So Bonds, 2 hits tonight, including number 713. Likely he will not come up again.
Before my wipers streak or my belt start to squeak, I know I'm gonna catch it on time.
AutoZone has the people, parts, and advice it takes to stop trouble before it starts.
Nobody knows your car like you do. Nobody knows what it needs like we do. AutoZone.
What would happen if we took a trip and only made left turns? Where would we end up?
All of these cars are facing left.
Does anybody want some licorice?
What would we find?
Hey, take this left turn right here.
And what would find us?
Buffalo. Wow.
You think they're going to smell the licorice? Tell better stories in the 270 horsepower, 7-passenger Nissan Pathfinder.
Ever think that the waste we generate would generate support for local events? The same people who lead the way in recycling nationwide and who conduct educational programs for our children. We're Waste Management. Working with local leaders, we're developing smart, earth-friendly landfill properties that serve the community in unexpected ways. From everyday collection to environmental protection. Think green. Think Waste Management.
You don't care why they keep coming home. You're just glad they do. That's why at Lowe's, we give you free next-day local delivery and free haul away, plus low prices on over 250 brand-name appliances in stock every day.
Is this the only reason you come home?
No. Mother.
No?
No. Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Come to Lowe's for innovative appliances like the new Whirlpool Duet Sport washer and dryer.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by the Spicy Chicken Burrito on Taco Bell's Big Bell Value Menu. Think outside the bun. And in part by Chevy, baseball's #1 fan. Chevy, an American revolution.
Well, a lot of folks are no longer here at Citizens Bank Park. The Phillies have things well in hand. They lead 9-4. Barry Bonds is no longer in the lineup. He's been replaced in left field as Steve Klein, the veteran left-hander, has come on to pitch now, the 5th Giants pitcher of the game. He'll be put in Bonds' #4 spot in the batting order. Part of a double switch. Here's Chase Utley, and that's a strike. Slider on the outside. Jason Ellison has gone into play left field for the Giants. And there's Ellison. He'll hit in the 9th spot and be due up 4th in the 9th inning. And this is just sort of a curiosity, Joe. I don't blame Steve Klein for any of this or lay any of it at his feet as Bonds, bats in hand, leaves the dugout to head back to the Giants clubhouse and get ready for that long overnight flight back to San Francisco. And it'll be interesting to see if he's determines he's able to play tomorrow night against Roy Oswalt at the ballpark in downtown San Francisco, whose address is 24 Willie Mays Plaza.
You know, there was one other point, John. You were talking about all the milestone home runs he's hit in San Francisco. Well, he's also, when he set the single season record, 71 that broke the record, 72 and 73 that ultimately set the record, were all hit in San Francisco as well.
He hit number 70 in Houston.
Right.
Steve Klein is a former Cardinal, and he played in St. Louis in Mark McGwire's final year in the big leagues. Last year he went to Baltimore, and one of his teammates was Sammy Sosa, and that turned out to be Sammy's final year. And now he's in San Francisco, and we don't know if this is Barry Bonds' final year or not, but it's starting to look as though it surely will be, because Bonds is just so hampered in his efforts to still play this game at a high level. As Utley strikes out for one away. Barry Bonds tonight with a runner at second and 2 down was walked intentionally in the first inning, and then was met by the signs. Ruth did it on hot dogs and beer. Aaron did it with class. How did you do it? And then finally, after his single, he launched one, number 713, off the facing of the upper deck in right field. They estimated that that one was a 450-foot home run. Here is Abreu. 1 for 3 with a walk and 2 runs batted in.
The ironic thing about all this, John, is that the only time Barry's going to just get a chance to hit is when the Giants are way behind.
Yeah.
Because we've seen him even walking when the Giants are ahead. But when they're behind, they're not as likely to, put a runner on base. And that's why he had a chance to hit those 2 at bats in the middle, because Manuel just walked him the first at bat intentionally. Then he got a single because they were 5-1 behind. And then he hit a home run. They were also behind by 3.
Well, Steve Klein is taking out this Philly lineup one by one. He got them all hitting foul balls off their knees and their ankles, their feet. So the count to Abreu, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, Bob Melvin, the Arizona manager, Chase Utley, took one off his left knee. He's back in the dugout now. Bob Melvin, his Arizona Diamondbacks were behind 7-2 in the last of the 8th inning in San Francisco, and they walked Bonds intentionally.
Yeah.
Behind by 5 runs.
That's why I say it doesn't matter, if the Giants are ahead, but the only time they'll pitch to them when they don't want to put runners on when they're ahead.
Of course, on the other hand, it's a different dynamic, at least right now, because the Giants bullpen, when the Giants are ahead, even by 5 runs, their bullpen has struggled mightily this year, giving up more runs than any other bullpen. That is strike 3 called to Abreu. So 2 strikeouts here for Steve Klein. Let's take a look at our passion for excellence presented by Bridgestone Tires. Padres 8 straight wins. Johan Santana had a no-hitter through 6 today against the slugging Detroit Tigers and got the win. And by the way, Torrey Hunter made a spectacular catch in that one. Jeff Francoeur, a homer, a triple, 4 RBIs as Atlanta clobbered the Mets at Shea Stadium.
And I would bet he didn't walk.
Well, and at least today the Braves say, well, thank goodness he didn't walk. He was with production like that. Here is Victorino in the 4th spot, formerly occupied by Pat Burrell. Burrell had a homer and 3 RBIs in this game. 39,315 the crowd here. This 3-game series played before more than 120,000 paying customers at Citizens Bank Park. Brad Hennessy, ordinarily a Giants starting pitcher, warming up in the bullpen. Phillies' average crowd this year was around 27,000. And the one thing that was great, I thought, Joe, I mean, maybe a lot of them came out to see Bonds, or, to heckle Bonds, or just to see if maybe he hit one or both. But what they ended up seeing a lot of was the Phillies playing great baseball. So maybe a lot of these fans will be back. And this is a great ballpark. Of all the new parks, this is one of the most beautiful that I've seen. And maybe a little bit small if you're a pitcher. But a great place to just come out and enjoy a night at the ball game. 2-2 the count to Victorino. You get a look at the beautiful new Citizens Bank Park. That's a foul out of play off to the right. And we can see off in the distance beyond center field the downtown Philadelphia skyline. We get the Liberty Bell replica out above the bullpens. But yeah, off in the distance there, the downtown Philadelphia skyline well in view. And a pop-up foul out of play again. Here's the look downtown, Joe. In fact, is that your room?
Well, that looks like Rittenhouse Square, actually. That's where I stayed when I was in town, in that same area. When I played for the Phillies, I lived downtown there.
They had a great festival over there yesterday.
It's a beautiful area down there.
They had a Walnut Street closed off, and it was just a big street fair going down for several blocks all the way to Rittenhouse Square, and in Rittenhouse Square.
Yeah, that's where I lived, on Walnut.
I sampled much of the street festival cuisine.
They have great food here in Philly.
You helped the Phillies get to a series in '83.
Yeah.
The series didn't turn out that well for you.
Well, yeah. But it was fun.
And you
the Wheeze kids.
You were the Wheeze kids, and you could appreciate this Giants team, what they're trying to do, right?
Yeah.
Is that a Phillies cheesesteak?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
You used to And that is strike 3. Victorino strikes out, so Steve Klein strikes out the side. A little bit late for the Giants, though. They're down 9-4. 9th inning coming up.
It's been 7 years now since Henry Potter was diagnosed with cancer. Before that, the joys of family and farming filled his mind. They still do. Trinity, a better experience.
Come on, kids, let's talk about insulation.
Homeschool wastes half their heating dollars
and a third of their cooling dollars because of poor attic insulation.
That's right, and the solution is to have a professional blow-in insulation or add extra fiberglass insulation to the attic.
Which one do you recommend?
You know, kids, I love them both so much, I wouldn't want to choose. Mid-American Energy says save some green by adding insulation to your home.
Mid-American Energy.
Independence. It's what drives Americans. It's no different when the subject is money or investments. You can pursue your financial independence your way. And TD Ameritrade is dedicated to helping you do that with knowledgeable people who inform without selling, with solidly independent research, straightforward pricing. The new TD Ameritrade. Independence is the spirit that drives America's most successful investors.
Why blend in when you can stand out? Introducing Mercury Milan, the mid-size sedan that goes its own way. Milan is definitely a cut above. It's a blast to drive. Whew, who knew you could have this much fun and get 32 miles per gallon highway? Milan is the mid-size car you've been waiting for. And now you can lease Milan for just $219 a month. You gotta put Mercury on your list.
MLB.tv now on ESPN.com. Sign up today.
Bonds moving to within 1 of the Bambino. Babe Ruth with a Ruthian cloud off the facing off the McDonald's sign up on the 3rd deck at Citizens Bank Park. It occurred in the 6th inning against John Lieber. But the Phillies, the rest of the night has belonged to them. They lead 9-4. They jumped out early, 5 runs in the first 2 innings of this game. Now Ryan Franklin comes on to try and wrap this one up. Mark Sweeney the hitter, Kevin Franzen, and Mike Matheny scheduled to follow. 9-4. The Phillies lead the Giants. Changeup misses low. Babe Ruth hit 68 of his home runs in Philadelphia out of his 714. That was the highest total in Major League history by a visiting player in this city. But he didn't hit him against the Phillies. He hit him against the Athletics, who are now the Oakland Athletics. Lou Gehrig hit 45 homers in Philadelphia, and Henry Aaron against the Phillies hit 43 in this city. Bonds hit his 29th home run here in Philly tonight. 2-2 the count. Joe, when the Babe hit his final 3 in that one game in Pittsburgh, the last one they say was one of the longest home runs, maybe the longest ever hit at Forbes Field. And then people thought, well, maybe the Babe's got some life left after all. But the next day he struck out 3 times and he pulled a muscle in left field. And 8 days after he hit those final 3 home runs, he called it quits. And he went out in a dispute with the owner of the Boston Braves, Judge Emil Fuchs, who reportedly had promised Babe that he'd be the assistant manager and one day would manage the ball club. And the Braves were a bad team at that time. That's a base hit down the right field line. They were a bad ball club, and the judge thought, well, Babe will be a little drawing card for us. Maybe we'll sell a few more tickets. Anyway, then the Babe found out, well, this managing thing is not happening. So when he quit, retired from baseball, he called the judge a dirty double-crosser. And the judge, Emil Fuchs, apprised of the Babe's comments, he said the Babe is an imbecile. So it were not really happy circumstances surrounding number 714 for the Bambino. But He obviously had a sense and a flair for the dramatic, Joe, and everything you've ever heard or read about the baby, you know that's true. 3 home runs in his last game. He could hardly even move anymore. He was hurt, he was old, he was big, but 3 home runs in his last game. Kevin Franzen down the left field line, and that will get Sweeney over to third base. Franzen with a big turn around first. As Victorino hurries it back in, so Sweeney doubles, and now Franzen singles into third.
You know, you were talking about the Babe. We've got some swings. I had never seen this many great pictures of Babe Ruth swinging. I mean, here's the Babe on the left, obviously, still in black and white. Look at this. Look how strong and powerful that swing is. And he used a big, heavy bat. Barry uses a 32-ounce bat. The Babe was swinging 36 ounces, 37 ounces. And they both generated a lot of power.
The Babe just went into a nearby forest and chopped down a tree.
Yeah,
and brought it to the boat.
Well, he did. They used much bigger bats in those days.
You know, I saw one of his bats, game bats, at the Babe Ruth Museum in Baltimore, which is in the house in which Babe was born, right near Camden Yards, the home of the Orioles. And they have a bat in there that's 50 ounces. I mean, it's unbelievable. First and third, nobody out for the Giants. Mike Matheny, the hitter, who is 1 for 3 with an RBI, facing Ryan Franklin. Curve in the dirt.
Let's take a look at Barry's swing. I mean, the one great thing there, which I should have pointed out earlier, is that he really steps away from his hands so well. One of the things you do to generate power is get yourself in a hitting position, and you can't take your hands with you. You're supposed to step away from them, and Barry has always done that better than anyone else that I've seen in a long time. I mean, he steps right away from his hands when he's swinging the bat well, of course.
Two and one to Matheny. And 2-2 now. Good slider on the outside.
All right, watch his hands. Watch how he steps away from them. He doesn't take them with him. See his hands go back. Look at that. See where they are now. They were here. Now they've moved back. And I mean, that's just a perfect position just to let it go. And he did let that one go.
Back to the bag at first is Franzen. Brian Howard on the bag with him.
You could actually take a Barry Bonds swing, you know, say 3 years ago before all the injuries, and just show that it's almost perfection. Balance, stepping away from your hands, reading the pitches, reacting to the pitch.
That's a foul out of play.
I think he wants to see how far that one's going, because he knew it was gone as soon as he hit it. Or maybe he wanted to see who caught it because he knew it would be on eBay tomorrow, and maybe he can go and buy it for himself.
Just inside. And there's an amazing story about Hank Aaron's final home run, number 755. And nobody knew it was going to be the final home run.
Right.
But it is the record. 10,000 fans at County Stadium. Remember, he played his final 2 seasons as mostly a DH, going to the American League with the Milwaukee Brewers, who were in the American League at that time. And it was kind of a sad finish for the great Henry Aaron, because the Brewers were not a good team. And after he hit number 755, it was in July of 1976. He only had 65 more at-bats the whole rest of the year because they were going with young kids. Matheny down the left field line. That's just foul. 3-2. Anyway, a member of the grounds crew at County Stadium got the ball. And he said, I'll give it back to Henry, but I just want to meet him. I'd like to hand it to him myself and meet him. They fired him. They fired him because they said, listen, you're the member, you work here, and we told you to give the ball to Henry Aaron. So he didn't give it to Henry. He got fired. He moved down to Albuquerque, and they docked him $5 from his final paycheck for the cost of that baseball. That's in right center. There's Abreu, and heading home is Sweeney. It is now 9-5. Matheny gets his second RBI of the game. John Miller, Joe Morgan, Peter Gammon, Sam Ryan. We're in Philadelphia. Sunday Night Baseball, and Barry Bonds tonight in the 6th inning, hit his 713th career home run, and it was Ruthian off the facing of the 3rd deck, the upper deck, in right field. Take a look at this one. Here's Jason Ellison now, runner at first for the Giants. Bonds no longer in the game, departing after he struck out in the 8th inning. He had one shot to hit number 714 here, and his old teammate Aaron Foltz struck him out for the 2nd time this weekend. Jason Ellison batting, 1 out, runner at first. You know, there's more to that story about the groundskeeper who retrieved Henry Aaron's 755th homer. Aaron, when he when he realized it was the last home run, tried to contact the guy to purchase the ball from him because he wanted to give it to the Hall of Fame, but they could never make a deal. The guy kept it in a safe down in Albuquerque. But several years later, Henry Aaron was at a card show signing, and the kid brought the ball in as Ellison is called out on strikes. He handed him the ball, and Aaron signed it for him and handed it back to him because he didn't know it was that ball. But there's one happy ending to that whole thing, Joe. He sold it at auction eventually for $650,000. But he gave a quarter of that, $155,000, to Henry Aaron's charitable foundation for kids.
Great.
2 down, and here is Randy Winn, hitless tonight. Say, fans, give a gift to more than just mom on Mother's Day. Major League Baseball is donating $1 from the sale of special pink ribboned caps and shirts to the Susan G. Komen Breast Cancer Foundation. For more information, please visit MLB.com. 1-1 the count now to Randy Winn. The Phillies have some of that pink going tonight because they'll be on the road for Mother's Day. Giants with the pink here in Philly, and of course the Giants will be home for Mother's Day against the Dodgers. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. And you're going to be, where are you going? Are you going to Fenway or Yankee Stadium?
No, tomorrow I'm going to Yankee Stadium this week for Wednesday and Thursday. The Red Sox are in, but next Sunday we're in Minnesota.
That's right, Minnesota. Joe and I next Sunday night we'll check in with Johan Santana, Torrey Hunter, see where the Twins are right now.
And we know where the White Sox are. They're in first place.
Man, they look rising. They look better than ever.
Yeah.
Day game Wednesday. Cardinals will be involved. The Red Sox, Yankees. Joe will be there at Yankee Stadium Wednesday night and Thursday. 1-2 to Randy Winn. Randy Wynn's old college teammate, Steve Nash, got his 2nd straight NBA MVP today. They were teammates in college at the University of Santa Clara.
Well, that's 1 for the little guys, 2 for the little guys, I should say.
And Wynn said one of them can dunk, or in those days could dunk, and it wasn't Steve Nash. 2-2. Next Sunday, 8 Eastern, 7 Central from the Metrodome. And you'll see the Twins and those White Sox. And Jim told me, the former Philly, is just off to one of his best starts this year. A guy who didn't have very good starts. Generally a slow start. He got 13 home runs already. And Franklin goes to 3-2 to Randy Winn. These are 2 former teammates from the Seattle Mariners going head-to-head here. Omar Vizquel would be next. The Phillies 1 strike away from their 8th consecutive win. The Mets come in on Tuesday. There goes the runner, and it's fouled away. Henry Aaron, when he hit number 713, it was right at the end of the 73 season. He had to wait the whole winter.
Yeah.
It was 6 months before he got a shot at number 714.
And his first swing, he took care of that.
Here's Aaron Rowan, the former White Sox center fielder. He had a home run tonight. And Winn punches another foul off the left field line and back out of play. Franzen will again have to go back to first. 9-5, the Phillies lead the Giants here in the 9th. John Liebert, 7 innings, 4 runs allowed, including the home run to Bonds, in line for his 2nd straight win. The runner goes, and the ball Philadelphia Phillies have won 8 in a row. Their longest winning streak in 15 years, since 1991, when they won 13 in a row. And now the Phillies will await the arrival of the Mets here on Tuesday. That should be quite a wild 3 days.
Well, I think the Phillies are excited because they're playing good baseball. That's why they're winning.
Hitting well, playing well defensively. The pitching starting to come around. It's been a great weekend for the Phillies and a great week. The Mets coming in. Final score, the Phillies 9, the Giants 5. We'll see you next Sunday night for the Metrodome with the world champion White Sox. Up next is Sports Center. Final game totals. Lieber wins it, Morris loses it. Now, as Barry Bonds heads back home to San Francisco, sitting on 713, this is John Miller for Joe Morgan, Peter Gammons, and Sam Ryan. Thanks for tuning in. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
Barry Bonds entered ESPN's Sunday night game 2 back of the Babe on the all-time home run list, with John Lieber move up on the long list of pitchers taken yard by Bonds. Well, in a word, about 450 feet worth of yes.
That ball is gone. Whoa, what a shot. Where is it coming down? It hits the facing of the upper deck. And that is number 713.
Base hit, Joe! Creedy!